I'd like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Ms. Allard?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Kennedy?
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Here.
Ms. Zolotel?
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Amy Foraker, if you could please lead us in the pledge. And if you could come up here to the front, press the yellow button, and that should turn on the mic.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we have the land acknowledgement. Ms. Zolotel?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair?
Move to approve the, Move to approve the minutes of regular meeting of August 11th, the continued regular meeting August 11th, and the regular meeting of August 25th, continued to August 26th and 27th, the regular meeting of September 29th, and its continuation to October 1.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, I don't have actually any changes on these, but going through them, of course, it's always a walk down memory lane when you go through the minutes. And in particular, just to the public in general, if you take some time and you go through and look at these minutes, these in particular show some things about how we operate. We hear often that we don't listen to people, we don't make changes, and we with great frustration. And we also hear, all you guys up there is you're doing a bunch of amendments and amendments to amendments, and it gets really complicated. But if you look at these, there are many important issues were covered in here. Many of them had extensive amendments, and those amendments are how we respond to the public comments. And so I hope you take a look, and you'll see that it was very active, and we responded to public comments through those. So it's, anyway, these in particular were very good examples of that. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, is there any opposition? Okay, seeing none, the minutes are approved. Thank you to the minutes clerk for your diligent work. Next, we have the mayor's report. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Assembly members and everyone listening in tonight. Thank you so much for having me here. Today, as we hit and then climbed right past 40 degrees, I was looking out my window, watching the snow melt and thinking ahead to summer. Alaska summers are something we all look forward to, a time to explore, to visit with family and friends, and to enjoy all that Alaska and Anchorage has to offer. I look forward to that Alaska summer as much as all of you. The way we get through the pandemic and to that Alaska summer is through vaccines. Vaccines are what allow us to gather safely with friends and family. They're what allow residents to feel safe going out and patronizing local businesses. They're what give employers stability, since their employees aren't unexpectedly contracting COVID and missing work. And vaccines are what give tourists confidence to pick Anchorage as their summer destination. Yesterday, my administration announced Emergency Order 20, or as we like to call it, Do It for Summer. Emergency Order 20 protects the core public health measures, such as distancing and masking, that we know work, while strategically loosening where it's safest to do so, especially in outdoor settings. This is the first emergency order to set a vaccination goal in Anchorage. Once 70% of eligible Anchorage residents are vaccinated, emergency order becomes advisory rather than a requirement. All of us want to be on the other side of this, and emergency order sets a tangible, realistic goal for how we get there. Emergency Order 20 also paves the way for safer spring and summer gatherings. This emergency order removes the gathering limit for outdoor events, provided all attendees continue to mask up and practice distancing, of course. This means Anchorage seniors and their families can gather outdoors to celebrate high school graduations. It means that the Alaska Baseball League will have its season, and Anchorage residents will be able to catch a Bucks Pilot game soon. And it means outdoor market and fair coordinators can plan safe events with guidance and certainty. The actions we're taking today are pivotal, not just for protecting public health, but for protecting and growing our economy. My administration is committed to leading our economic recovery today and laying a foundation for continued economic growth tomorrow. We've allocated $156 million in CARES Act funding to help small businesses and families survive the pandemic. Now we're working with the Assembly, with all of you, and the community to develop priorities for federal funding through the American Rescue Plan Act. We're deploying local resources to help Anchorage businesses access federal relief programs in the tens of millions of dollars, from the Restaurant Revitalization Fund to the Child Care Assistance and the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant Program. As of last week, applications are now open for the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant Program, which is a federal relief program for operators of live venues, live performing arts organizations, museums, and movie theaters. These facilities were some of the first to close when the pandemic hit, and this $16.2 billion federal program is critical. I would encourage local entities listening to visit svograntportal.sba.gov to learn more and apply. We're committed to listening to businesses that know their businesses best. We meet regularly with the hospitality industry to listen and learn and find ways to support local bars and restaurants. The municipality has also convened a group of 170 leaders from the business, nonprofit, and industry sectors that you've recently heard from, those working on a roadmap to a vital and safe Anchorage, a plan for recovery and growth here in Anchorage. We're investing in our local infrastructure, a win-win to build back core pieces of infrastructure like the Port of Alaska, while also creating new jobs. We're working to streamline the development process by extending fee reductions that you saw earlier this year that encourage new investment and new development. Through property tax incentives, we've helped private developers invest over $40 million downtown in an office space that will include retail and restaurants. From downtown revitalization to incentivizing new development, we're laying the foundation for a stronger Anchorage economy. As we do all of this, we're also taking time to recognize and celebrate each other. April is the month of the military child. The month of the military child is a time to applaud military families, and especially their children, for the daily sacrifices they make. I'd like to personally thank our military families here in Anchorage for your service to our community. I'd also like to thank the Assembly for its continued collaboration with this administration as we work together to address the pandemic and plan beyond it. In particular, I look forward to talking more this evening about how extending the emergency declaration is a critical piece to our community's recovery, not only from a public health perspective, but economically. Thank you for continuing to get vaccinated and for taking care of each other and our community. Because vaccines are here, recovery is in sight. I look forward to sharing an Alaska summer with all of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I do have one question for you from Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Mayor, question about EO20. So we've received a number of emails and other messages basically saying that the 70% vaccine requirement or 70% vaccine goal is the only way that the emergency orders might end. But the way I interpret it is that it's one path, but if the infection rate were to fall and we were to see COVID eliminated through other means or just become far less prevalent, you might also consider repealing the emergency orders or revising the emergency orders. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you, Assemblymember Dunbar. We could eliminate EO20. We could eliminate any other EO. I think what we wanted to do here was to give the public confidence and for them to know that if we hit a certain goal, it would go away without any action on our part. But there are other ways that we could end that emergency order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Acting Mayor, are you aware of the CDC's report of regards to the vaccine that came out this morning?
That question is a little vague, but I assume you're referring to J&J?
Yes, I'd like to know your opinion on that, please.
My opinion on what? Excuse me.
Where you stand. It seems like you're pushing the vaccine on our community, and I'm in tune with the exact same emails that my fellow Assembly members are receiving, and I'm concerned that you're pushing a vaccine that has been deemed by the CDC that it needs to be paused.
We have plenty of Moderna and Pfizer vaccine available, so there's no issue with folks getting vaccines who want them.
Have those been also not FDA approved?
If you'd like to have a conversation with an epidemiologist offline, I'd be happy to do that with you.
I think I know the answer. Thank you.
I couldn't hear you over the disruption. What did she say?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but let me address the disruption really quick. So one of the things that's not going to be allowed in this chamber is disruptions of when Assembly members are trying to ask questions, have a little bit of back and forth dialogue, and really honestly learn and get responses to questions from constituents. What disrupts that is having clapping or other disruptions in the audience. So I'm really going to ask that we do not do that today. Thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move us on to the Assembly Chair's report. So welcome and thank you to everyone for joining us tonight, whether you are watching us online, on GCI Channel 9, or in person. For those in person, thank you for following our COVID-19 protocols, including physical distancing and wearing a mask. Thanks again for those in person for following our rules of decorum for these chambers. Following these rules helps create a welcoming atmosphere for all Anchorage residents to participate in their local government. For those new to our meetings, you can find these rules of decorum on signs at the back of the chamber. Last, I want to highlight the Assembly's work on the American Rescue Plan COVID-19 relief funds. So far, the Assembly has held 3 work sessions and 2 town halls regarding possible usage of these relief funds on March 19th, March 26th, and April 9th. I invite members of the public to watch the video recordings of these meetings, which can be found at the Assembly's website at muni.org. I also want to invite members of the public to fill out the online feedback form, which goes to all Assembly members, with any thoughts or ideas you'd like to share with the members. As I stated at the meeting on April 9th, there are no future meetings scheduled as we wait to see what the state does with their $1.1 billion in COVID relief funds and how the federal programs roll out. As more information becomes available, I'll be working to ensure our community is kept in the loop. Okay, that's it for the Assembly Chair's report. We'll go ahead and move on to committee and liaison reports. I'll start on this side with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Health Policy Committee that I co-chair with Ms. LaFrance met earlier this month. We received an update on the transition plan from the Emergency Operations Center. Quite a bit of really great information was provided by the EOC That slideshow in particular can be found on the Health Policy Committee's website. A few highlights, though. The contracts and logistics work of the Emergency Operations Center is working to transition into the Office of Emergency Management, as well as the vaccines and contract tracing work is working to transfer into the Health Department. The mass sheltering is still, meetings are still ongoing as to the final iterations of that transition, and we expect to receive additional transition updates through that committee. The Assembly's Committee on Housing and Homelessness will meet next Wednesday on the 21st. There are 2 items on the agenda. The first is a review of the ESG and Cdbg funding awards. That's the Emergency Solutions Grants and Community Development Block Grant Funds awards, particularly using the CARES Act funding that the Health Department received. The other will be a review of the shelter licensing comments received by providers, departments, and coalition partners. For any of you who've ever been involved in transportation planning, we will review them very much in the transportation style. We'll receive the comments, we will go through the comments, and we'll get committee's comments on the comments, and then we'll take those back to determine how to best incorporate those into the draft. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This Thursday, April 15th at 11 a.m., the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee will be meeting. The primary issue on the agenda for the meeting is a briefing from the Stormwater Utility Commission membership asking for revisions to the code that would align their mission and their project with what they believe is the best method to move forward. And so we're going to be having a discussion about how to amend the code in the way that the commission has requested, and otherwise I think we'll be having regular update on other business. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing additional to my co-chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. The Community and Economic Development Committee met last Thursday on April 8th, continuing our look at the marijuana laws, and we'll continue that again on April 22nd, and I expect we'll probably finish going through them then, so something should be coming forward. And then we'll move on to another item that we've parked for a little while, and that is looking at the ways that the city handles rights-of-way and easements that we've neglected, and see how we can improve our handling of those. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Budget Finance Committee of the Whole will meet this Thursday, April 15th, from 1 to 2 p.m. via Teams. It's a fairly standard agenda, though I did want to point out that we will be discussing the end-of-year revenue status report that is on this agenda as item 10F3. It's AIM 56-2021, and it conveys a revenue variance of $29.4 million. We will be discussing this in the committee, and I've confirmed, with the administration that most, but not all of this gap was covered with fund balance, and the largest negative impact was the COVID expenditures awaiting FEMA reimbursement, but we will take this up more fully on Thursday. And I just wanted to acknowledge Ms. Zelatel and Ms. Kennedy for running the first regular committee meetings with Teams Live. I thought it went really well. And also thanks to Ms. Camacho, Ms. Sleppy, and Ms. Honest for the excellent support of those meetings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee met on March 24th. We had a discussion of SB 39, and we got an election update. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
I have nothing to report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right. We're going to go ahead and move on. Before we get to the addendum to the agenda, we're going to go ahead and implement our laid on the table procedure. We have a lot to go through, so I'm going to ask for a little bit of patience from folks. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and read all of the items which will not require a vote, but I do need to read them into the record. And then after that, we will take up the 2 items which do require a vote. So first, we have item 10B2B, resolution number AR 2021-109S, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly regarding the mayor's and acting mayor's orders and regulations issued under the Proclamation of Emergency. Next, we have item 10G9 for introduction, resolution number AR 2021-112, a resolution revising the 2021-2026 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Capital Improvement Programs. Next, we have item 10G10 for introduction, resolution number AR 2021-113, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriating funds for the 2021 Municipal Utilities Enterprise Activities Operating and Capital Improvement Budgets. Next, we have item 10G11 for introduction, ordinance number AO 2021-37, an ordinance setting the rate of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for the Anchorage School District. Next, we have 10G12 for introduction, ordinance number AO 2021-36, an ordinance setting the rates of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for all service areas. Next, we have item 10G13, resolution number AR 2021-94, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriating funds for the 2021 General Government Operating Budget. Next, we have item 14D3, AO 2021-33, it's an Assembly Memorandum attached to AO 2021-33S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 7.20.090 to allow temporary suspension of procurement rules. And then Then the last one that we don't have to vote on is item 10G14. That'll be the number for the item. It is an unnumbered AO, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage authorizing a ground lease for certain real property of the Municipality of Anchorage. Now let's go ahead and move on to the two items we do have to take votes on. First is an AR resolution, an unnumbered resolution, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly invoking Anchorage Municipal Code Section 7.20.090A.3 to suspend procurement rules for the limited purpose of using federal and state funds for prevention and mitigation of COVID-19. So can I get a motion to lay this on the table?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved and seconded. And can someone speak to the rationale?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. This is, we have in front of us for public hearing and action this evening, AO 2021-33S. And what this resolution would do would be take advantage of that change, should it pass, and authorize the mayor to use state and federal funds and municipal funds that will be reimbursed by the state or the feds for vaccination and testing.
Thank you. As a reminder to the body, this is just a vote to lay this item on the table. If you would like to, this item will likely be pulled. And as a reminder, the number for this item will be 10B3. Okay, so unless there's any further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this item on the table. That motion is approved 10-0, so that item is laid on the table. Last item to lay on the table is 10D22. That'll be the number if this gets approved. It is an unnumbered AM, Assembly Memorandum, non-encumbering contract amendment number 9 to contract number 4400000651 with LeMay Engineering and Consulting to provide temporary support and payroll services to the Municipality of Anchorage. Can I get a motion to lay this on the table?
Move to lay it on the table.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Can someone from the administration please provide the rationale? Who do we have from the administration that can speak to this?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Alex Lifka, Chief Fiscal Officer. We realized too late in the game, with apologies, that we had run out of authority to spend under this contract, which helps to support the operations of the EOC, and so we need to lay it on the table because without it, we will run out of funds in order to continue operating the EOC, these contractors. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this on the table. As a reminder, this will be item 10D22. Mr. Constant? That motion is approved 10-0. That completes our laid on the table procedure. Next, we'll go to addendum to the agenda. Mr. Vice Chair?
Move to incorporate the laid on the table and addendum to the agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion to the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing none, those items have been incorporated. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 9, appearance requests and initial audience participation. For this initial audience participation, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the childcare or travel issues. Before we open it up to the broader public, as a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. For audience participation, please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and personal attacks are not appropriate. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during audience participation. Last, during audience participation, assembly members generally do not answer questions or respond to comments. We may talk to you offline during a break or after the meeting to address any questions you have. I will, as chair, work to maintain decorum at this meeting and ask for your assistance. So with that, we're going to go ahead and open up initial audience participation. As usual, I will go ahead and start with 3 folks on the phone, then move to 3 individuals in person, and keep going back and forth until we are out of time. As an FYI, this goes per code until 6 o'clock. So first, we will go ahead and go with Roy Witchers.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Witchers. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on initial audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Oh, man, I didn't realize it was already 6. Okay, well, I'm just, I'm concerned about something that is seemingly a contradiction on the leftist ideals I know there are people that are on the assembly that happen to be in the National Guard, and I'm wondering if that person or you people agree with vetting not just the right extremism, but the left extremism, and if that was something that you might do also in the city of Anchorage. And are you still there?
Yes, we're still here. Please continue.
Okay, I heard a beep. So anyway, yeah, I'm just concerned that what we're having is not a very consistent idea from our politicians, and I think that needs to be figured out and shown a little more obvious. The other thing is, I've said this before, that in order to help people in this city, we need to encourage business and enterprise, and that'll help the homeless problem. That'll get people out and get them off the dole, where everybody's getting money from the government. We need to become more independent and start sustaining our country and our city, state, etc. And I don't know. There's so much inconsistency on this assembly and the people that are running for mayor, except one that I know of anyway. And well, anyway, I think you guys caught me really too quick. I'm not really prepared, so I think I'll wait until maybe later and get back on again, if that is possible.
Thank you for participating, sir. Your time is up, and I'm just looking through the list. I do not have you on our lists for any other items. So we will not be calling you back for any other items, as you did not sign up for them. But thank you for participating. Next we have George Witchers.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Witchers. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on initial audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to say, I completely oppose this emergency order. It's crazy. It's madness. I mean, I don't know what the agenda is with, everybody wearing masks. And, I mean, I know you're trying to save lives, apparently, but to save a few and suppress the rest is crazy to me. My kids are depressed. My wife's depressed. I know kids that have called suicide hotline, and they're little kids, like elementary or middle school. And I don't know. I just wanted to say I'm completely against it. And I just don't. I'm blown away that you guys are still trying to enforce an emergency order when obviously there's no emergency. Alaska is a big state, and Anchorage is the only place that we have to wear a mask and social, not social distance, but wear a mask. And my kids have to wear a mask at school all day, and it's crazy. I mean, I just have to say I'm completely opposed to the emergency order staying. That's all I really have to say.
Thank you. Last on the phone list before we go back to in-person, Ms. Alyssa Rodriguez. Hi, Ms. Rodriguez, are you with us? Yeah, we have a really bad connection, so we're going to go ahead, hang up, and try to call you again.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
Apologies, Ms. Rodriguez, but that connection is not any better. So we're going to go... is she still with us, or did we hang up?
I'm still here.
Oh, great. Okay, we can hear you now. Okay.
Okay.
Hi, Ms. Rodriguez. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on initial audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to address this body today and wanted to speak just briefly on the matter of extending the emergency order and the associated mask mandate. And so I wanted to speak in favor of doing both, and for 2 big reasons. The first one I wanted to briefly speak to is the safety of our foster youth. So for many of you, or for those of you who don't know, foster youth 16 and over who would normally be eligible to get the COVID-19 vaccine, it's actually labeled as medically optional or elective. And so for those youth to get the vaccine, they have to either have their parents' permission or the permission of their OCS caseworker, both of which can be very difficult to track down and to get, especially for something that's labeled medically elective. And so we have this whole population of youth who would normally be eligible who aren't, and the mask mandate helps to keep them safe. When and until that vaccination is an option for them. The other point that I wanted to briefly speak to is economic development. And we saw through research from numerous economists, but one in particular, Dr. Kevin Berry with ICER, that economic activity declined before mask mandates went into place across the nation. It was because people lost confidence in their public spaces. And so I would urge you to maintain the mask mandate, to maintain our confidence in our public spaces until we've really gotten a handle on COVID-19 and have really and truly kind of seen it to the end. I worry that if we remove the mask mandate too quickly, out of our being tired of it and the challenges that it does put on us, that we'll end up in a space where we have declines in our economic activity in the most really crucial time as our businesses really start to come back. So I would urge you, especially on those 2 points, there are many others, but I don't want to take too much of your time, to please continue the emergency order and to continue the mask mandate. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to in-person. Welcome.
My name is Charles McKee. I'm the beneficiary of the McKee Trust. I start out with the fact that I'm a holder in due course of the trust. I actually leased from the state of Alaska business office all Charles S. McKee cap, mining and corporate. So then I leased it back to the beneficiary, which is me. So there's no control of that being in state possession, like i.e. the court. So with that, Jesus had to contend with 12 disciples that didn't know too much, and one of them was the Judas, who was also a scribe, modern day lawyer, and a treasurer. So that being said, and a minister of the church steals my treasure out of the back of my truck when I'm homeless living at the church. Second Amendment material, I might add, to pay for the damage of a car he wrecked when he didn't have insurance. So now I don't have my treasure to sell to hire an attorney to represent me in the case that I'm now presenting to you. The man in question in Seward was incarcerated for drug sales, federal and state. His mother is a clerk of court, not a clerk of court, but an officer of the court, actually works for the state Department of Corrections. She took a waiver, came to Anchorage and met me. See, I was tagged by the federal government. You heard and read what the FBI director had said, singled me out because of my outspoken, on record, views. And the state didn't like me either, nor did the judicial. So this notice of cure was written by Judge Hanley. I presented to you. The second page is his signature on there. And then the third page in is the $80 million asking for damages and notice of cure, which was written by her. She acted as my paralegal. I didn't know she was a public agent. So she set me up because there was no motion submitted. And that's why they didn't recognize it. So therefore, this $80 million went to the Doctors and Nurses Association October the 2nd out of court settlement with the administration.
Your time is up. Thank you. Welcome. Yeah, if you could turn it on though.
Hello, my name is James Wojciechowski. I live in District 5, represented by Peterson and Dunbar. 13 months ago, the power grab began with the original proclamation of emergency. And like Sylvester Stallone's declining Rocky franchise, we soon will be subject to the 20th episode, thanks to the unelected acting mayor. Let's review the statistical track record. Alaska, 41 deaths per 100,000. The Matsu, 34 deaths per 100,000. The Muni, 56 deaths per 100,000. So we have freedom-restricting mandates to protect us ignorant Neanderthals, yet we are dying at a rate 65% greater than the Matsu with no mandates and 37% greater than Alaska in general. Your 13-month social experiment has not protected us. In the meantime, in those 13 months, you destroyed 13,000 jobs, over 100 businesses. You took the unemployment rate from a little over 5% and drove it straight up to 15% with the first lockdown. What a fine example of fact-based leadership. Let's take a ride on the hypocrisy highway. EO20, like EO16, dictates if you have a COVID positive, you cannot leave your home except to seek medical care or testing. Our unelected acting mayor, while under her own EO16 and a documented COVID positive, chose to decide the mandates were only for troglodytes and left her home to buy beauty supplies. My wife and I are approved election observers. While at the election central, I watched with horror as an assembly person who may not be named or pointed at sat next to the municipal clerk while she reviewed ballots on the computer screen for adjudication. Nothing wrong there. I was doing the exact same thing later. The difference was I was not sitting with my face less than 12 inches from the clerk while my cloth mask slowly migrated below my nose because I was speaking. Very poor mask discipline. I've sat at this assembly and watched the assemblyman running for mayor touch his mask for readjustment over 50 times in a 10-minute period while speaking. We can debate the actual efficacy of wearing masks to stem the spread of COVID, but I guarantee improper mask use makes the discussion moot. These mandates and emergency declarations now have zero to do with the spread of COVID and everything to do with those addicted to the power it gives them. In the last month, in the Muni, we have had one COVID-linked death and an 80-year-old with comorbidities. In the last 7 days in the entire state, there's been 7 hospitalizations. That's not an emergency. Vote down 2021-110 and end this mess you started.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Brian Johnson. I've been a resident in Anchorage for going on 14 years, just like I said about 2 months ago. Of that 14 years, I've voted every single year that I was eligible. No time during those years have I been more actively involved with politics and government as I am at this current moment. I've never donated to candidates or participated in meetings or campaigns until this year. Never in all of my years would I think I would be here not once but twice in the last 2 months. The reason I've come today to voice my displeasure with our current tyrannical municipal assembly, and let me read this for you, the definition of tyranny: a cruel or harsh act or proceeding, an arbitrary, oppressive, or tyrannical action. Your actions on this assembly and by our unelected assembly appointed pseudo-mayor with regards to these so-called emergency orders fits this definition tooth and nail. Let's talk about oppression, and let's talk, once again, define this for all of our assembly members. The exercise of authority or power in a burdensome, cruel, or unjust manner, an act of instance of oppressing or subjugating to cruel or unjust impositions or restraints, the feelings of being heavily burdened, mentally or physically, by troubles, adverse conditions, anxiety, etc. Let me read that again. The feelings of being heavily burdened, mentally or physically, by troubles, adverse conditions, anxiety, etc. Let me say this. The disaster declaration ended on February 14th of this year, going on 2 full months ago tomorrow. At no time during this period have your orders done anything. Cases go up and down, masked, say right on the box that they come in, they don't work for this, all right? People are going to travel and hang out with other people that don't live with them. Lastly, can anyone on this assembly tell me how many of Anchorage youth hockey teams are going to our country's prestigious Youth National Hockey Championship at the end of the month? I bet none of you. But I do. I know how many, because those are the people I'm here to represent. It's time. It's time to end this now. You need to listen to the people that are here speaking and the people that voted you to do your jobs. The oppression needs to stop, and it needs to stop now. Vote no. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Boys in Blue, thank you too.
All right, we're going to go ahead and go back to the phones. We have one more individual to call for initial audience participation, Miss Priestley.
Felix, right?
Hi, Ms. Priestley. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on initial audience participation. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Wait. I need to bring up but somebody else is talking right now.
If you are watching it on TV, it's a little bit behind, so you're going to need to put that on mute.
Okay, so oh dear, you're not here. Felix?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, ma'am. So when you're ready to go ahead.
Okay, all right. Here goes. My name is Joan Priestley, a retired physician in Anchorage. Here are my thoughts about the motion to extend the emergency. Every Monday, the Anchorage Public Health Department issues a weekly report included in the AIM Memorandum 62-2021 in your packet. I encourage you to read them every week. The chart at page 2 on page 30, table 2 on page 32 is the money shot. It shows that COVID-19 hardly has any effect on all age groups younger than age 49. Even without any vaccines, only 6% of all deaths and 25% of hospitalizations are in people under 49. No one under 19 has died in Anchorage at all, ever, from COVID-19. Universal masking and various degrees of lockdowns have been in place since June of 2020. Yet your own charts in this weekly report show that the rise in cases has not been affected at all by these policies. There's been a steady, unbroken rate of increase in infections from April 2020 until December 30th, and then a sharp drop starting January 6th, which persists even now. Ending the emergency until everyone is vaccinated is misguided. Extending the emergency is misguided. Universal or even 70% vaccination rate will not be our salvation for two reasons. One, these vaccines work less well for the new variants that will shortly become the dominant strains, so infections will just continue. A recent study from Israel showed that vaccinated people had 8 times the infection rate of the South African strain as their unvaccinated did. Number 2, I am personally aware of 6 different curative treatments that will work against all of the COVID strains when used very early after diagnosis. If doctors just started using these treatments, the hospitalization and death rates would plummet without resorting to experimental gene therapy and without continuing lockdowns and masking. Extending the emergency until July to continue these ineffective policies of masks, distancing, lockdowns is senseless. Your own charts now show that over the last 10 months. You will only continue to create economic devastation on our businesses and psychological damage on our citizens for no valid reason. If you insist on ignoring your own data, please extend the emergency only until your meeting on May 11th and not clear into July. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, thanks.
We're going to go ahead and go back to in-person. Welcome.
You hear that? She's a physician. Second opinion evaluation, right? For the record, my name is Louis Imbriani, and I'm an Eagle River resident. I'm speaking to you today representing myself. I'll reiterate that I'm not against vaccines and I'm not against masks, but I am against those who try to impose their will, their beliefs on others, and continually try to restrict individual liberties and freedom of choice. Listening to the press release yesterday about EO20 was incredibly divisive. The actions taken yesterday during the press conference have been by far the single most outrageous verbal attack against the residents of Anchorage by municipal officials. Going in front of the media and promoting peer pressure and fear, normalizing disassociation, discrimination, and segregation based off of choice. You're now further pitting the residents of Anchorage against one another to achieve a made-up goal and saying it's up to the people. This is incredibly manipulative. This virus, whether we like to admit it or not, has become very political, and this political division and tension in the city is palpable. Yet this elected body has done nothing to correct it. You have turned science, which is a process, and not an absolute, mind you, into an ideology. Just look at what happened in the news today. The FDA put a pause on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Just a few weeks ago, they said it's safe and effective. I'm sure they'll get all the kinks out and we'll be back on the market soon enough, but that's just because this is all part of the process. And it's a trial process, and some of us don't want to be a part of it. You've turned a virus with a 98% chance of survival into the boogeyman. And worst of all, you've perpetuated the division of this city. What we need to get through this time is understanding, cooperation, consideration, compassion, and mutual respect for one another's wishes and boundaries. We don't need mandates, we don't need permission, and we do not need disingenuous public servants acting as tyrants.
Thank you. Welcome.
The mayor has left the room. I'm just saying. Hi, I'm Michelle, and I'm a blue-collar worker, and I'm just absolutely blown away
that in the middle of that testimony, our fake queen mayor walked out. Oh, here she comes. So there you go, Mr. Weddleton. I just would like to thank you for pointing out how you guys pay attention based on the minutes. When you say that, that's not true. The minutes are simply saying that the minutes clerk is doing his job. I've only been coming here since October 26th, and this is the first time you all have even all been here. I have witnessed firsthand and pointed out people not paying attention to what people are saying, and that's very inappropriate. So I was thinking, we have a population of 300,000 in Anchorage versus one illegal mayor, 2 MDs, 1 professor, 6 tyrant assembly members, 1 half-and-half assembly member, a handful of code enforcers that were hired on our dime in order to keep us in check, and 2 doctors who have very biased views. So that's 14 people pushing around 300,000 people. We just had an election, and it is showing about 30,000 people have made it clear they don't want to do this with you anymore. And so I guess since you really don't pay attention, I just should ask Anchorage, why are we still letting 14 people bully us, push us around, force us to wear rags on our faces? Anchorage, take your mask off, get back to work. Our queen mayor over here has obviously ruined Dunbar by saying we have to have 70% vaccination rate. So it's only a matter of time before the tide turns. So why are we bothering with following your rules? I don't know. So Anchorage, step up. Step up, take it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Dustin Sherman. First off, Madam Mayor, free Americans don't ask permission to do anything. We sure won't ask you what we can do this summer, I promise you. So last I was here, I was asked by Mr. Dunbar if I had planned on testing or quarantining after a medical trip I had planned down to San Diego. While I did answer the question, it's honestly none of your business. But since I answered the question on the way back, last night I tested at the airport, and I got the results right before I came back in. I tested negative. Thank you. So the one thing that I would like to stress to this assembly is stop putting citizens against citizens. It's getting old, and as you can tell by the people behind me, they're tired of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly, Acting Mayor. I'm Dr. Michael Hannafin, chiropractor, local business owner, and veteran. The tyranny must end. LaFranz, Weddleton, I need you to vote this down. I remain professional, cordial each time I've testified, choosing to appeal to your human nature and your human decency. That has not worked to this point, and now you want to move the goalpost yet again and keep your unconstitutional power over our city. Stop the charade. The numbers are in. The CDC just released its findings, and masks decreased daily cases by 0.5%. That's statistically insignificant. Doesn't matter. There is nothing that's going to change this. We had roughly 1,822 flu cases this season versus the 38 million cases in 2019 and 2020. That's a 99.9952% decrease. Does anybody in this room really believe that we cured the flu? Acting Mayor, your call for 70% vaccination for the removal of your mandates is by definition extortion. And we've already started with the definition, so I'm going to give you the definition of extortion. It's an illegal use of one's official position or power to obtain property, funds, or patronage, or the act or instance of extorting something as by psychological pressure. That's exactly what you did yesterday. This is illegal, and you will be found guilty if somebody had the balls to take you to court over it. As a business owner, I've seen a 28% decrease in my practice since the beginning of all of this. I have now applied for my second PPP loan just to keep going. How much more pain are you willing to inflict as an assembly on the healthy to save one life? One of my good friends from college just committed suicide 2 days ago, and another of my patient's 13-year-old daughter attempted suicide. These are the real consequences. I've said this before. For the love of God, stop and relinquish your power and the control and the grip that you have on it. Let us get back to our lives, our livelihoods. You've done nothing but crush this city. I oppose this measure, and I encourage you, LaFrance and Weddleton, to back up the rest of the constituents in Hillside Community Council and the rest of us that are speaking today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, it is 6:01 p.m., so our time for initial audience participation is over. So what I will ask
Does the charter
is...
really say that you would only take 30 minutes worth of testimony?
It is actually in our code that this ends at...
That you would accept only
Sir,
30 minutes of
sir,
testimony? Is
it is
that
in
really what it says?
Sir,
I want to know, is that really what it says?
sir,
Does
I'm
it
not going to
really
argue
say
with
that
you.
would
All
only
right,
take
security,
30 minutes of testimony?
can we handle this, please? Thanks.
You have no right to address me. I'm in public, I have a right to speak my mind.
Testimony starts.
What time?
5:15.
That was not what time
All right.
public testimony started.
Security, can we
You
please
do not
handle
have a
this
right to touch me
situation?
or address me.
I wasn't touching you, and I
Okay.
don't have the right to.
I want to make sure that we're clear on this. You are not following your own charter. Your charter does not say that you would only allow 30 minutes of testimony. It says...
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a
45
break
minutes
while
of
security
testimony,
handles this
and you're in
situation.
violation
So we're on
of your own
break.
oath. How dare you people? Who do you think you are? We all swore the same oath, right? The same officers that are sitting over here swore the same oath that I did 30 years ago, the same one that you did. And you're in violation of it. You're in clear violation of it. How dare you? How dare you people? I want to know who you think you are. No thanks, guys. You all just got to do your job, right?
You're on your agenda, 5:15.
I have my right to my 3 minutes. We are not past that time yet. I know what the charter says. It says you're supposed to start taking testimony at 5:15 and you're refusing to do that. Who do you people think you are? If you run over the 5:15, then it's logical that you extend the testimony times, correct? I get it. I get it. You don't want to hear my voice. I get it. I was here long before all of you were, waiting to have my 3 minutes. How dare you people? We're good. I have to say my piece. Either way, they're going to hear my voice. Either on record on that mic.
All right. Okay. All right. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started again. So for folks who wanted to participate in initial audience participation, if you want to go ahead and sign up on a list here with the clerk, we can get you signed up for a priority list for final audience participation, which will be at the end of our evening. We're going to go ahead and move on to our consent agenda. Consent agenda items number 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items... Sure, I will attempt to speak up, and then if folks want to sign up for the list, please do so. Otherwise, I will ask folks to please take any conversations out of the chambers, please. So the items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. With that, we'll go ahead and go down the dais and see what items members would like to pull. We'll start on this side with Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. 10B2. Let me see. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull 10A1. I'll be presenting that item. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items tonight to pull.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing.
Don't you have? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have a couple things.
Uh-oh, what have I missed?
So did you pull 10B3?
Oh.
That's your resolution.
Oh, that's a 10B, yes, 10B3. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so thank you. So 10B3 is one item you'd like to pull. Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull item 10A3, please. Thank you.
And John.
Oh, I have to do that one. Okay, sorry. Geez, I'm way off.
Mr. Weddleton?
And pull the 10A2.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10A5 for reading.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
I have no items tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel?
No additional items, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
No items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and go through the list, see if there are any other items. So I have items 10A1, 10A2, 3 and 5, and 10B2 and 3. Are there any other items?
Quick question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I had a request that we might move up the resolution regarding APD and AFD because a number of the chiefs have other obligations in their duties tonight. So I don't know if that's proper to do now or after.
We will do that after. We will change the order as needed. Okay, seeing no other items to pull, Mr. Vice Chair?
Move to adopt the consent agenda items and laid on table that weren't pulled.
Second.
And I just want to clarify, that is a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing none, that motion is approved. So for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. So if you're here to see an action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. All right, Mr. Constant, it would now be appropriate for you to make that motion.
Thank you. And I don't know which number that one is. Again, I would like to move to change the order of the day to take up 10A5 immediately.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Mr. Weddleton?
I'm fine with that, but I wondered, did you want to do any other change to the orders now, or you want to wait?
Let's wait.
We'll wait, okay.
Okay, seeing no other discussion, is there any opposition to taking up item, I believe it is 10A5 first, and then we'll take up the remainder of the items in the order? Okay, seeing none, then let's go ahead and go to 10A5. Just give me a second. We now have before us item 10A5, resolution number AR 2021-111, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking Anchorage Police Department and Anchorage Fire Department dispatchers for their dedicated service to the citizens of the Municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, that item is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I'm reading, Mr. Chair.
Great.
A resolution of the Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking Anchorage Police Department, APD, and Anchorage Fire Department, AFD, dispatchers for their dedicated service to the citizens of the Municipality of Anchorage. Whereas National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week is April 11 to 17, 2021, and agencies across the country are celebrating and recognizing the great work of public safety telecommunicators. Every minute of every day, the residents of and visitors to Anchorage place their trust in the APD and AFD telecommunicators. And whereas the APD and AFD telecommunicators are among the finest in the country, serving as the initial point of contact and giving hope to those in crisis. Public safety telecommunicators develop their caller information to initiate coordinated responses to emergencies affecting the health and safety of the people in our community. And whereas APD telecommunicators answer over 400,000 calls annually, of which approximately 160,000 are 911 calls, and transfer 30,000 911s to the AFD team. AFD telecommunicators also answer over 67,000 administrative calls, which include questions from members of the public, fire alarm maintenance events, and coordination calls with local hospitals. Public safety telecommunicators help to ensure the safety of responding units by monitoring activities by radio, updating critical information about the emergency, and tracking available resources. And whereas in 2020, the APD telecommunications team handled thousands of inquiries from citizens over the phone, in addition to entering over 225,000 calls for service for police officer response. The AFD telecommunicators managed 28,000 requests for private ambulance service, and the Anchorage Safety Patrol transports, which reduced the demand on AFD and APD resources. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic required APD and AFD telecommunicators to adapt to new, ever-changing protocols and increased workload, all while wearing personal protective equipment, and maintaining physical distance in their small workspaces without the option to reduce potential exposure by working from home. And whereas our public safety telecommunicators work tirelessly and compassionately behind the scenes to ensure the safety of our citizens and first responders, assist with the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. The efforts of the first responders is invaluable in emergency situations, and each of these unseen professionals deserve our heartfelt appreciation. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Anchorage Police and Anchorage Fire telecommunicators are recognized, honored, and thanked for their dedicated and distinctive public service to the residents of the Municipality of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 13th day of April, 2021.
Welcome.
Turn on the mic, Chief.
There we go. Great, thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you for recognizing our dispatchers and call takers. They do such an important job to keep our city safe, and we couldn't do our jobs without them. So we really appreciate the recognition that you've given them this evening. Also, I'd like to thank this body, the Assembly, and the administration for the resources that you have devoted to our department to assist us in getting our staffing levels where they need to be. If you all recall, 3 or 4 years ago, we were facing critical shortages in dispatch, and the resources that you all have assisted us with have helped us get our call times down to more reasonable levels, which ensures public safety all around for the entire city. So again, thank you. We really appreciate this recognition, and our city is much better for everything that everyone's done to get us where we need to be. So thank you.
So Bill Kays, I'm the supervisor for the AFD dispatch team, and thank you all for the recognition. Again, as it says in your proclamation, it's but once a week that we do this, but it's daily that they earn it. So thank you for taking the time to do this. Thank you for the support that we have, and thank you to the public for the support that they give us. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Hold on.
Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, I just wanted to thank him and actually, I guess, continue with what Deputy Chief McCoy said. My first couple of years on the Assembly, I had a lot of calls that, frustrated when people called 911 and there was a long wait. And a long wait, can be really quite short, but at those moments, it's forever. And, the last couple of years, 2 or 3, have not heard that, and just not hearing complaints about police not coming quick enough and stuff. So it's really good. We have worked really hard. We moved a lot of resources to where they're important to you guys, and I think it's showing. Crime rate's down, and the complaint rate is way, way, way down. So thanks. Good work.
Thank you.
Next, we have item 10A1, resolution number AR 2021-95, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 18th through 24th, 2021 as Crime Victims' Rights Week. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, this item is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I am reading. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 18 through 24, 2021 as Crime Victims' Rights Week. Whereas the victims' rights movement has resulted in the passage of laws at the local, state, and federal levels that establish essential rights for victims and provide victims with ways to participate throughout the criminal justice process. And whereas the rights of crime victims are best protected when all participants in the criminal justice process are appropriately educated about victims' rights, and whereas supporting victims of crime is crucial to the criminal justice system because it honors the experiences of victims and allows them to find autonomy and empowerment by achieving their goals. And whereas Alaska has one of the country's highest rates of missing and murdered Indigenous persons and one of the highest violent crime rates per capita. And whereas victims must have access to the justice, assistance, and support they need to rebuild their lives in order to ensure fairness and equity is a priority in Alaska's criminal justice system. And whereas advocacy by and for victims of crime is itself a form of seeking justice, no less than justice sought in the courts. And whereas the accomplishments of the victims' rights movement, achieved through compassion and collaboration, and built on the courageous advocacy of individual victims and their families, inspire hope for future progress and great healing. And whereas Anchorage is determined to respond to crime and violence by helping victims find support, recovery, justice, and a sense of hope for their future. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to ensure that appropriate and trauma-informed services are offered to all victims of crime. And whereas Anchorage is dedicated to strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building resilience in communities and victim service providers, and bringing hope and healing to all victims and survivors. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes April 18 through 24, 2021 as Crime Victims' Rights Week, affirming Anchorage's commitment to assisting all victims of crime and in gratitude for community members who assist victims of crime. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 13th day of April, 2021.
Welcome.
Thank you. Victims for Justice was founded 35 years ago, fighting for the rights of all victims of crime. Significant changes at that time were made, and this week continues to honor that work that was done, as well as draw attention to the work we continue to still need to do. In a time when victim service agencies are facing detrimental cuts, this awareness is even more important. And because in Alaska and in Anchorage, crime isn't something that happens to someone distant off, it happens to our friends, our neighbors, or us. So we genuinely appreciate all your time and attention, specifically even in this week to victim issues. And thank you for this acknowledgement again.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next, we have item
No, that's okay.
Apologies, I keep missing that. Mr. Weddleton?
That's okay.
Okay. Next, we have item 10A2, resolution number AR 2021-103, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Mary Jo Torgensen for her excellent public service to the municipality of Anchorage. Mr. Vice Chair?
I move to postpone this to April 27.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I can speak to that really briefly. Ms. Torgensen is not available today. She will be here on April 27th, so we're going to postpone that to a date she will be able to attend. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay. Seeing none, then that resolution is postponed to April 27th. Next, we have item 10A3, resolution number AR 2021-104, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encouraging the residents of Anchorage to support community efforts to raise awareness and to work together to eliminate sexual assault crimes in our community. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, that item is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting?
Mr. Chair, I'm reading.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm presenting.
Okay.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encouraging the residents of Anchorage to support community efforts to raise awareness and to work together to eliminate sexual assault crimes in our community. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month, SAAM, observed as an opportunity to promote education and the prevention of sexual violence, traces its history to the 1970s, when activists first began organizing on a national scale to reduce sexual assault and violence against women, and in 2001, the first official Sexual Assault Awareness Month reinvigorated a national network of events and support groups that raise awareness and provide resources to survivors and those at risk. And whereas sexual assault is a public health concern that subjects victims to debilitating, immediate, and long-term physical, psychological, social, and financial issues threatening critical societal structures and resulting in lost contributions, achievements, and income that cannot be fully measured. And whereas, according to the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control, Division of Violence Prevention's 2019 fact sheet, more than 1 in 3 women and nearly 1 in 4 men have experienced sexual violence involving physical contact in their lifetime. 1 in 3 female rape victims experienced it for the first time between 11 and 17 years old, and 1 in 8 reported that it occurred before age 10, and nearly 1 in 4 male rape victims experienced it for the first time between 11 and 17 years old, and about 1 in 4 reported that it occurred before age 10. And whereas the State of Alaska Department of Public Safety, Council on Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault is responsible for developing the system of statewide crisis intervention services, perpetrator accountability programs, and prevention services, and with organizations such as the Alaska Network on Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault and their 23 member programs, confidential services such as shelter, counseling, legal advocacy, among many others, are offered to victims in Alaska. And whereas one member program, Standing Together Against Rape, STAR, has been working to prevent sexual trauma and provide comprehensive collaborative crisis intervention, advocacy, and support to victims and survivors, their families, and our communities since 1978. And whereas in April, STAR is launching the I Wish You Knew campaign to amplify the voices of survivors of sexual assault and to provide awareness about how we as a community can help them heal. Awareness days include Wear Teal Day on April 6th, International Denim Day on April 28th, and a community-wide virtual celebration on April 30th. STAR has a limited quantity of wristbands and teal ribbon pins available upon request. Now therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes April 2021 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and encourages community members and volunteers to continue to work together in our community and across the state for the prevention of sexual violence. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 13th day of April 2021.
Welcome.
Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you to the Assembly for recognizing April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. We did launch a campaign this year titled, I Wish People Knew, because we wanted to raise the voices of survivors in this and every Alaskan community, that being number one in the nation for this issue for this long has to come to an end. I have a vision that Alaska will one day not be number one for domestic violence and sexual assault. And the way we can do that is that everybody has a role to play in this, and it starts with listening to survivors. Some of our survivors have said things like, we wish people knew that there are barriers to reporting. I didn't report because my perpetrator threatened to hurt my mother or my sister if I did. I wish people knew that it takes me 15 minutes in my car in order to gather the courage to enter a building because of my trauma issues related to sexual assault. Now, I'm quoting survivors. This is not on my behalf. But we serve, we answer and make over 5,000 calls to our crisis line every year. We serve over 300 people in response to sexual assault, known as our sexual assault response teams. Did everybody read the newspaper today? There was a lovely headline that's been in the news for the last week about victim services being cut from the budget. To Alaska, this means as much as $6 million because of something that happened in the Victims of Crime Act funding. So that being said, we're going to be looking to you, leaders, you business owners, many of us support us already, to take action so that Alaska is not number one in sexual assault anymore. A couple other things I want to say is, yes, some of these quotes from survivors are sobering, but maybe it's time for us to sober up. A couple that are going to come out tomorrow is, not very many people know this, but the most common victim age in the state of Alaska for a female rape victim is 15. 15 years old. The most common age for a male victim in the state of Alaska, 5 years old. And our crisis line volunteers and our staff and our advocates are on the front lines every day, helping those people and their families recover. We're also working to prevent sexual violence by offering presentations to every classroom we can, every business we can, every agency we can. So thank you again for this proclamation. I look forward to working with each and every one of you on our goal to reduce sexual violence in Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question from Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Could you introduce yourself and what agency you're from? You didn't do that at the beginning. Thanks.
Thank you. My apologies. I was so nervous. My name is Jennifer Brown, and I work at STAR, Standing Together Against Rape.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. All right, so it is my understanding that for the next two items, the intent is to change the order of the day to take these up either before or after other similar items on our agenda. So we will start with item 10B2B, AR number 2021-109S, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly regarding the mayor's and acting mayor's orders and regulations issued under the Proclamation of Emergency. Is there a motion?
I move to change the order of the day to, take up 15D after 11A, take up 10B to B actually after 15D.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Can you go ahead and restate that just one more time, please, for the members?
Move to change the order of the day to move 15D, which for audience, that's the emergency proclamation extension. Move that immediately after A, so much earlier in the meeting. And then after 15D, 10B to B.
Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Just noticing, it looks like there's another set of appointments that are missing. That was, oh, never mind. I'm sorry. It's the same one. It's 11A. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the motion to change the order of the day. I think it's just worth mentioning for the public and for ourselves that it's a little bit unusual to set a non-public hearing item after a public hearing item. So 15 is a public hearing item, but the 11 Bravo that we're about to move is not. And so just so everybody understands that we're going to take that up without an additional public hearing. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, is there any opposition to changing the order of the day?
Mr. Chair, I think I was trying to get in the queue, maybe I wasn't.
Oh, sure. I saw that you were in and then out. Go ahead, Mr. Presverdia.
Yeah, I would just like maybe Mr. Weddleton to, for the sake of the public and all of us, to just walk through the rationalization for why we're making this move. What's the thinking behind it so we can all be clear?
Yeah, appreciate that. 15D, as I mentioned, is the ordinance to extend the emergency proclamation. We expect that there will be a number of people speaking on that. Many of you are here, so we'd like to move that earlier so it's more convenient for you. And then that would be followed by item 10B.2B, and that is resolution 221-109S, which is what we refer to as the checklist resolution, which comes out, and that would, depending on how it's many boxes are checked, could revoke the emergency proclamation or any emergency order after it. And the rationale is we'll see what happens. If the emergency proclamation is not extended, then the next one is irrelevant. And if it is, then the next resolution is relevant. I hope I explained that to everybody. It makes perfect sense to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right. Is there any opposition to changing the order of the day? Okay, seeing none, then 15D will take place after 11A, and then 10B to B will take place after 15D.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to get in the queue as well. I would like to move to make another change to the order of the day to take up item 14DS, or which is 2021-33S, before 15D, AR 2021-110.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Would you like to speak to that, Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 14D pertains to temporarily suspending procurement rules. And this is something that we want to take up and discuss before the extension of the declaration, as it could impact the discussion. And if this motion passes, then I would also move to take up the unnumbered resolution that was laid on the table as item 10B3 following item 14D. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the motion to change the order of the day?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think it's a good idea.
Okay. Ms. Zoloto?
Yeah, thank you. I actually think 14D should be taken up after 15 Delta and 10 Bravo 2 because it's a responsive item, but with the other caveat, as Ms. LaFrance said, that 10 Bravo 3 should follow 14 Delta. So I'm not in favor of changing the order quite like that, but I do think they should be all taken up in succession, just slightly different.
So are you making a new motion, or should I continue?
I didn't know I could make a superseding motion. I apologize. Yes, I would move to change the order of the dates for 14 Delta to be taken up after 14 Bravo to Bravo.
Second.
Followed by 10B3.
Thank you. All right, so just so the public and the body is aware, so if everything gets moved around, if this motion is approved, the new order after 11A will be 15D, then 10B2B, then 14D, then 10B3. Mr. Whittleton?
I don't support this amended change to the agenda. The 14D and then 10B3, should they pass, do not impact negatively or positively the items that would follow. But it is, I think, in a logical sequence. You know, the emergency proclamation is somewhat supported by the desire to use it to suspend procurement rules. So should we pass 14D, then that is no longer an issue.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I do support the changes. I think that the prize we need to focus on is getting the process started and getting the people testifying and getting through the public hearing as quickly as we can, because it's the business of the night. It's why people are here. It's why people are on the phone list. We can keep them up till midnight as we have hearings through all of these other items, or we can just get to the matter that the people are here to listen to. So I would offer that this change is fine. If the amendment isn't approved, then I won't support the prior amendment to take up the other items.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo the sentiments of Mr. Constant. I think that a majority of people are here tonight to, because of the emergency declaration. I think we should prioritize it, have the public hearing, and vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, in response to that, 14D and 10B3 are pretty simple. I don't think they'll be controversial. I think we'll pass them, and we'll do it briskly.
Thank you.
Chair, briefly, my reply would only be, if I could be recognized, that that's not up to us, that's up to the public.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Ms. Zolotel's motion to change the order of the day. That motion is approved 6-3. So again, to reiterate, with that motion approved, the order after 11A will be 15D, 10B2, 14D, then 10B3, and then we'll go back in normal order for the remainder of the agenda. Okay, with that sort of completes our consent agenda. We will go ahead and take a 20-minute break, and when we come back, we will be on item 11A. All right. Next, we have item 11A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 184-2021, Anchorage Community Development Authority Board of Directors Appointments. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yeah, my computer's still loading.
Let's see.
I vote yes. Yeah, I'm in now, but there's no
You've
vote.
got the orange. Oh, we didn't even have okay, Mike is here. He's going to help you, all right?
Yeah. But I vote yes, if that helps.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, could you please vote by voice?
I vote yes.
Thank you.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 15D, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly for an 8th extension of the declaration of civil emergency issued by the mayor of the Municipality of Anchorage on March 12th, 2020. Public testimony is now open on this item. As usual, we're going to do 3 folks on the phone, 3 folks in person, and then we'll keep going back and forth. So, on the phone, we will go ahead and start with Lindsay Hyjuk.
Hi, this is Lindsay.
Hi, Ms. Hyjuk. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 15D, AR 2021-110. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Great, thank you. So my name is Lindsay Hyjuk, and I live in Spenard, and I also serve on our community council, but my comments tonight are my own. And I'm calling to urge the Assembly to adopt item 15D, the extension for the emergency declaration. The way that I see it is it's essential for us to continue to slow the spread of COVID cases, and face masks, social distancing in public and in businesses, and vaccination is the key to do that. I don't want to see our community have to do another shutdown or hunker downs, and these are the ways we can do that. So extending the emergency declaration gives us that opportunity to allow for the use of face masks. It's something that I find really critical. It's one of the easiest things that we can do as a community. And it's something that I use as I go to businesses or restaurants to make sure that their establishments where their employees are also using face masks. It helps me know that they care about the health of their employees as well as their patrons. The vaccines are another important piece of this, and it's been exciting to see Anchorage and the state really lead the charge on this. But we're able to do that with some of the opportunities with the emergency declaration to have contracting and other things, processes to be more effective in meeting people where they're at. Because we're at the point where we now need to have vaccination clinics and reach folks where they are, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult. So we need the ability to move quickly and effectively on this. So because I really see these actions as essential, we're still deep in a pandemic, I really want the Assembly to extend the emergency declaration. I also just want to say that I know you all on the Assembly the staff and the administration have been working really hard, putting in the extra hours and making really difficult decisions this whole past year, and we'll continue to do that. So just want to thank you all for doing that as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, before we move on in our testimony, I did forget that the administration is going to have a quick presentation before we continue, if I remember correctly. So I will go ahead and turn it over to the administration, and then we will go back to public testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bockenstead will be giving the presentation, and I believe Travis will be advancing the.
Yes, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. Yes, as the mayor said, my name is Jason Bockenstead, Chief of Staff for the mayor. And while I will be doing the vast majority of these slides, I am going to, on the very first one, make a few comments and then do a phone a friend to the municipal attorney, Kate Vogel, to make some additional comments. So, Travis, if you wouldn't mind going to the second slide that has the title of what is the definition of a public health emergency. From our view, the administration's view, Anchorage without a doubt is still in the midst of a public health emergency. In code, in municipal code, a public health emergency is defined as an occurrence or imminent threat of an illness. And both COVID-19 and all the variants I think meet that threat and do pose a high probability of any of the following harms, which is a large number of deaths or a large number of serious or long-term disabilities. And just to give a few statistics to just hone in on this point, you know, COVID-19 was the third leading cause of death in the U.S. last year. The United States experienced more than 30 million confirmed cases of COVID-19 and over 560,000 deaths so far. And the state of Alaska accounts for about 64,000 of those confirmed cases and 313 deaths. And as of last week, the municipality had experienced almost a little over 28,000 of those confirmed cases and 164 deaths among its residents. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Municipal Attorney Kate Vogel to add on a couple of additional points to this slide before I move on.
Thank you. This is Kate Vogel, Municipal Attorney. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So the position of the administration is that this emergency meets the public health emergency definition that we find in code because it qualifies under 2A and 2B. And additionally, we don't know about the future harm from this novel disease for 2C, but under 2A and 2B, we think there's a clear fit for the definition of public emergency here. And then the second thing that we recognize in our code is that there is this political process that determines when an emergency goes into effect and then provides that the assembly can end it at any time, or the mayor can end it at any time. And so that's part of the process that we're here for today. But one of the questions that we've received in work sessions is there a technical issue with meeting the definition of an emergency? And having it out in front of us, I think, is what we hope to say. No, you know, who determines whether it's a large number of deaths and who determines whether it's a large number of serious or long-term disabilities? Well, there's a couple things to look at. One is this is a question that is given to the mayor and to the assembly. So ultimately, there is that judgment element. But then secondly, looking at the decision that the municipality makes in the context of what is the Center for Disease Prevention and Control saying to us, Control and Prevention saying to us, what it does the World Health Organization
say about this worldwide pandemic. Those are the factors that we think inform the Assembly's judgment and should inform the Assembly's judgment that there is, in fact, a public health emergency still ongoing today. And then the last thing to draw the attention of the Assembly to in our definition is that it doesn't require a huge amount of the disease present in the community as part of our definition. It says that there needs to be an occurrence or imminent threat, and then we get to look at what is the disease, what is COVID-19, what are these new variants of COVID-19, and the only requirement for it to be actually present in the municipality is there needs to be that threat to the municipality, a high probability of the following harms, and then there needs to be sort of an imminence. It needs to have one or more persons located within the municipality among the affected population. So ultimately, this is a question for the Assembly and their discretion, but in terms of is there a definitional is there a satisfaction of the definition? Yes, because we easily exceed this one or more persons located within the municipality, and that the disease itself causes a large number of deaths in the affected population. And with that, I turn it back to Mr. Bockenstedt.
Thanks, Ms. Vogel. Travis, if you can move to the next slide. And I think more than anything, this is a slide that shows that it's not just Anchorage and our public health officials that are concerned about COVID-19 and the current state of not only the emergency here in Anchorage, but nationwide and worldwide. There are public health experts up and down, both locally, state, and federally, that are all very concerned about a fourth surge, that the cases are still disturbingly high. But the one way that, as we have all discussed, the one way that we know will get us out of this is the vaccines that are available. And just to give, Travis, if you can go to the next slide, just to give you kind of a snapshot of where we currently are in Anchorage is all of those that are eligible. So that is currently those 16 years or older. 46.8% of our population here in Anchorage that meet that definition have received at least the first dose. 37.7% of those that are eligible have actually received both doses so far. And I just point out that, as you can see, 70% is attainable. If you look at other places just here in the state of Alaska, take Juneau, for example, as of today, they have already had 63% of their population receive at least the first dose. And I believe close to 48% had already completed the series. So this 70% target is entirely achievable here in Anchorage. But I do want to point out as well that businesses are open. The only things that we have in place are distancing and masking requirements. And not to mention, as we will discuss here in a little bit as well, if EO20 does go into effect on Friday, school graduations and other outdoor events this spring and this summer are going to happen. We significantly loosened many of the outdoor capacity limitations. But I do want to caution that as of March 1st, we have seen a 90% increase in the average daily case count since March 1st to today. And that the disease levels, the COVID-19 disease levels, are back to where they were in early October before we saw a huge surge. So there's still a lot of concern about this, but we are on the right track and we are moving in the right direction, and the 70% goal is imminently achievable by our community. Travis, if you can go to the next slide. Again, as I mentioned, what does EO20 accomplish? I've already kind of talked about this a little bit. It sets a clear end goal. We have an attainable goal that would end this emergency order, and that's 70% of our population that are eligible to receive the vaccine get the vaccine. But there are a couple of things in here that we still think are hugely important to protecting our residents here in the city. The EO20 is actually the only order in place that actually requires COVID positive people to avoid the workplace and stay at home. And it's the only thing out there that requires employers to actually notify employees if there's been a positive case. But again, as I mentioned also earlier, the distancing for public gatherings have been loosened, especially those outdoor restrictions, and we will be allowing school graduations to happen this spring. But there are, again, some distancing requirements at restaurants, bars, other entertainment facilities, as well as gym and indoor fitness areas. Travis, if you can go to the next slide. Again, I want to stress that the 70% vaccination rate is extremely achievable as a community-wide goal. Not only that, it's good for Anchorage's families and businesses. We set goals in other parts of our lives. Why shouldn't we set a goal here? A vaccination goal gives us something to aim for as a community and helps us gauge our process in making Anchorage safer. It's also good for business. Having a goal tells potential visitors to Anchorage that we are working to create a safe environment and a safe place to visit through high levels of vaccination and other ongoing mitigation efforts such as the mask mandate and some physical distancing requirements at certain businesses. And ultimately, it's also good for Alaska. Having a goal sets an example for other Alaska communities to consider. Many have looked to Anchorage for leadership regarding COVID mitigation, and other communities also set and achieve high vaccination rates. All Alaskans will ultimately be safer. And I do just want to comment briefly on something that was said earlier about what I viewed the safety of the vaccines that are currently out there. And I just want to point out that comment was either very, very uninformed or just reckless and very dangerous. Pfizer and Moderna have distributed over 200 million vaccines in our community so far. It is they are very safe and a very effective vaccine, and we all need to be moving in the same direction in terms of encouraging people to get this vaccine. Travis, if you can go to the next slide. One of the things that we do know based on conversations and other surveys that we have done is that, again, 70% is an attainable goal, but we also realize that we have to address both vaccine access and vaccine hesitancy to get there. When it comes to access, we're working hard to make vaccines available in the easiest possible way, whether that's at a large location in the Diamond Mall that's open without appointment, or mobile vaccination sites at employers like the really successful event a couple of weeks ago at the Hotel Captain Cook, or even homebound vaccination that will go directly to people who are unable to work or unable to go to a vaccination site. And as you can see from this slide, we are planning the first week of May, a vaccine week, as a good opportunity to increase access, and we'll be working with partners to continue to raise community awareness about when and how to get vaccinated, and also to remove barriers like transportation that we do know we're starting to run into. But when it comes to hesitancy, we'll continue to share that vaccines are safe and effective for individuals and critical for our community. We're making it more clear than ever that vaccines are the ticket out. If 70% of eligible residents in Anchorage get vaccinated, this emergency order will go away. So not only are vaccines our ticket out of the public health situation and the restrictions in EO20, they're also our ticket to economic recovery. So again, we're going to be sharing a lot more information in the coming days on this. We're looking at having events and clinics set up all throughout town that provide easy access to those individuals that still want to receive the vaccine, but for a variety of reasons, they have kids to take care of, multiple jobs to juggle, no direct information about nearby places to get vaccinated, or just they're busy with their lives that have prevented them from getting their first shot. We're going to try to make it as easy as possible for those individuals to receive a vaccine here in that first week of Anchorage, or first week of May, excuse me. And finally, Travis, if you can go to the last slide that we have, and that is, what do mask mandates do? And I think at the core, they protect our community, including those that cannot get vaccinated currently. So anyone under the age of 16, certainly this provides a lot of protection for them. It sets community expectations about what is both required of individuals, but also of businesses and folks that go out to restaurants or other businesses. And certainly it does alleviate pressure on individual businesses in terms of being able to say that they're enforcing a citywide mask mandate. One thing that I do want to mention about this, that we have seen in other communities and states that have gotten rid of their mask mandate too early, and I'm going to use Texas as an example. A couple of weeks ago, their governor announced that they were getting rid of their statewide mask mandate, and as a result, in a couple of cities, there were major conferences or conventions, particularly in the larger cities, Austin, Houston, that canceled their conferences and said, we're not going to have a conference here in this city. And they all cited health concerns after Texas ended its statewide mask mandate. So many hotels, the Hilton in Austin has publicly said that as a result of that decision, they've lost almost $500,000 in business. So it's going to be extremely important if we want to be able to see some of those conferences that we typically see in the summertime at the Denina Center that fill up part of our hotels in our downtown area, that we provide that leadership and say we're going to provide a certain amount of safety and let them know that this is a safe place to come and visit, not only because we have some really common sense health protections in place, such as the mask mandate and physical distancing in our restaurants and other businesses, but that we're also taking getting the vaccine extremely seriously, and we're working towards getting to a point where we're really close to that herd immunity number. So the final thing that I will say before I turn it back over to the mayor to see if she has anything to say is that EO20 and the emergency declaration are very much related, as well as the mask mandate. And we want to make it clear to the community and the assembly that we have a tangible goal and we know where we're headed under the emergency declaration, and that we urge the assembly to extend it. And we also want to make it clear that we're as committed as anyone to reaching our vaccine goal of 70% of those eligible to receive it, and ultimately moving out of this order and these emergency declarations. But EO20 does strategically loosen in some of these areas while keeping in place the core public health measures that we know reduce transmission of COVID-19. And it's critical that we have these measures in place to keep case counts low as we work toward our vaccine goal and ultimately out of the emergency. The emergency declaration is what allows us to keep these measures in place and get vaccines out quickly, making it critical to reaching our goal. And if the Assembly does not vote to extend the emergency declaration, of course, EO20 will not go into effect. But if the Assembly does vote to extend the emergency declaration, EO20 will go into effect on Friday, April 16th, and we'll do everything that we can to help get the community to our vaccine goal and pass EO20 at that point. So with that, I'll turn it over and see if the mayor has any additional comments.
Thank you, Jason. I don't have anything to add. Thank you for that great presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Thanks to the administration for that presentation. It's not very often that we do that, but every now and then we do have a presentation before the public hearing. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on. We have two more folks on the phones before we go to our first three in person. So Ava Gardner.
automatic voice message system.
Okay, then next, Steve Cruz.
This is Steve Cruz. I'm not available to take...
Okay, we will try folks a second time later after we go through the list the first time. So we'll go ahead and go to in-person. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Margaret Douglas. This is my first time here. And I'm here to let you know that I definitely oppose to this extension. Enough is enough. Where I work, I see people every single day. They're so afraid to touch their mask. They're afraid to take it off. They're afraid to get near people. No thanks to you guys. Oh, you gotta do this. You gotta do that. Keep the fear going. I tell you, masks don't work. It doesn't. I have to wear this 8 hours a day, maybe more. I have a hard time breathing with this thing on because it cuts down my oxygen. Where I work at a fast-paced retail. My heart rate gets up over 100 beats per minute. And I'm not the only one. I have a coworker who has asthma. She can't get a doctor's note to let her loose of that mask so she can breathe. Because he'll lose his license. Yeah, this ain't funny anymore. And as far as abuse, victims, yeah, I'm a survivor. Instant survivor. With this down, you keep the perpetrator and you keep the victim in that same household, and that abuse keeps going and going and going and going and going. I had 3 babies out of the situation. 3. I dealt with abuse all my life. I've dealt with men control. And right now, these masks, the distance, it's not about the virus. It's about control. You guys love that power so much. And right now, the only 2 that near as I can see, and I've been watching, that actually listens to the people is Miss Jamie and Miss Kennedy. Miss Wilden, he will listen. Rest of you, you don't give a crap. You don't. All you do is mouth. That's it. But before I leave, I do want to say this. I do want to give my hats off to the first responders. I needed them over about 2 weeks for my husband, who had a minor stroke.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
What good it did.
Welcome.
Name is Jordan Harari. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Common Sense. I can't believe the level of elephant shit that I just saw on that presentation and the level of cognitive dissonance that's being discussed. You're offering a pile of elephant shit and sprinkling it with candy and telling us it's good for you. Unbelievable. Here we go again. Another day, another attempt to abuse political power. I don't want to get into the whole July 16th extension date thing on this thing, which is obviously just a political move, given that the new mayor will be seated on July 1st. No, let's just start with the vaccination requirement. Do you really believe this will do anything other than further sow disunity, abuse, and hatred? Those of us, and by us, I mean flesh and blood citizens with God-given and inalienable rights, as immortalized in both the United States and Alaska state constitutions, who for our own personal health reasons or religious reasons do not wish to take it, will now, by this order, be the scapegoats, seen as preventing everyone from returning to normality. Seriously, it's right there in front of you. Those that do not wish to take it and have every right not to will be pressured, coerced, belittled, mocked, and shamed into, according to you and the acting mayor, a completely optional thing. This won't be happening to a small subset of the population. No, it'll be happening to a large chunk. You're breeding hostility. You're breeding dissonance and discontent. You're breeding hatred. There are those that are in support of these measures. People hate you. And they hate you because you're acting mean. Seriously, you're acting and just being plain old mean. Next up, we have this idea that somehow this emergency order is to protect kids and those 16 and older because we need to get them vaccinated. What baloney? Do you all even know the statistics coming from our own state of Alaska epidemiology bulletins? Between January 1st and December 31st of 2020, there were zero, I repeat, zero deaths in anyone under the age of 19. No children or teenagers died other than that one person who was 19. Who is this emergency order for? What and where is this emergency? It doesn't seem to appear in reality, so why are you pushing this through? Is it to hold on to political power and never let it go because power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely? Oh, it is? Well, why didn't you just say so? See, that makes more sense. And now we know just who we're really dealing with in this assembly in the mayoral office. My community council is meeting this Thursday to vote on a resolution to tell you, the assembly, to declare that the emergency doesn't exist and to terminate the emergency proclamation. I'm not the lone voice out here. I'll end with this. Benjamin Franklin, one of our founding fathers of this nation, one of our cherished heroes, and one of the smartest men who ever lived, said the following: "Those who give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. It's on the Statue of Liberty, for crying out loud. Don't allow the illusion of safety to erode our past and our future." Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. It is not on, so if you could press the yellow button. Yeah, it's on now.
Okay, thank you. My name is Rochelle Alger, and I believe in acknowledgement. Therefore, while I disagree with your approach, a vast number of your behaviors and public posts, I must acknowledge you for putting yourself in the line of fire from the public. I come from a place where I believe most have good intentions. I believe in your cores, you genuinely believe your intentions are good. The statement has been made countless times that this body is following the science. However, I believe the word science has been bastardized and reduced to a word used for control by playing on the most vulnerable emotions that humans have. We are not programmed to forget fear easily. In fact, the hardest human experience to let go of is fear. There is real science and studies out there from respectable virologists and epidemiologists risking their reputations, licenses, and livelihoods, pleading with us to stop the shutdowns and to not take these injections. Why do you think that is? Taking this injection will not get anyone back to normal. It will provide many with a false sense of security from a virus that is, in fact, using the very thing you are injecting yourself with to become stronger. These vaccines are causing people harm every day, yet you appear to dismiss those facts easily. I can't think of a more selfish act than forcing or coercing someone to put something into their bodies that they can never remove. Never in our history have we insisted on shoving something into our bodies, nor performed any medical procedure with such little research or testing. Let that sink in. I am not willing to give up any aspect of my health to take an experimental vaccine simply to aid and abet the legacy that you seek. To ask those that are truly afraid of these vaccines to take one, to comfort those that are truly afraid of COVID, is not a win for anyone. It's simply comfort shifting which solves no problem. The government has flooded us with 15 months of PSAs, verbal waivers of liability, if you will. As the people of Anchorage walk outside into the community and world to live our lives, that act is signaling to you that we've signed off on your waiver. We get it. We accept the risk. It is morally and ethically wrong for anyone to be coerced into doing something out of fear, shame, or from any type of carrot dangling in front of them. In legal terms, it's often said that someone who has been coerced was acting under duress. Black's Law Dictionary defines duress as any unlawful threat or coercion used to induce another to act or to refrain from acting in a manner they otherwise would not or would. Today I stand here in front of you and hereby place you on notice. I am taking my life back. I am no longer subject to your emergency mandates, nor do you have my permission to control my life within the manner you have so self-righteously taken upon yourself to do so. You do not have the permission of thousands of people in Anchorage to extend this state of emergency.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank you for your testimony. I do have a question for you, though, ma'am, from Ms. Allard. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Ma'am. Disregard, Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch to the phones. So we're going to start with Polly Carr.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Carr. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 15D, AR 2021-110. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Polly Carr. I'm a mother of a student in the Anchorage School District, and my family launched a small business here more than 10 years ago. I support extending the emergency declaration and want to express my gratitude for the mayor's goal of attaining a 70% vaccination rate for the eligible population. With COVID-19 cases again on the rise, it's critical to keep practicing protective measures even while more people are getting vaccinated. Masks actually encourage more people to participate in our local economy by reducing the risk of COVID-19. I've heard comments tonight that these public health mandates are hurting businesses. These mandates are not what is hurting our businesses, including the owners and workers whose lives we value. Businesses have been impacted over the past year because we've had a highly contagious and dangerous virus spreading through our community. And by not acting responsibly to protect our health, our economy will continue to suffer. I've also heard really disrespectful name-calling and swearing at our elected officials tonight. These meetings are supposed to be a place for civil public input and diplomacy. My daughter listened in at the beginning, and she asked me why people were being bullies. I know we do not always agree, but I hope as adults we can remember how to role model responsible discourse. We're all going through a tough time. I mean, honestly, I think we can all agree. I don't think anyone here likes wearing a mask all day, but I hope we can pull together and do the hard work necessary now to get through this and get past this. Otherwise, I think we risk a much longer-term struggle that is guaranteed to hurt our community in ways we can't imagine right now. Thank you again for your courageous work.
Thank you for your testimony. Next on the phone list, we have Megan McBride.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. McBride. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 15D, AR 2021-110. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. I strongly support continuing the mask ordinance in Anchorage. I know that the case counts are going down. use my toddler. But now is the time to stay vigilant and ensure that we can finish out this pandemic as strong as possible. I am a public high school teacher, and I am so glad to be back in the classroom with my students. But I know that the classroom spread is dependent on community spread, and they're connected. And I hope that we can continue to have schools open and have our economy growing again. And in order to do that, people need to feel safe. I know that I am much less likely to go to local businesses and spend my money in town if I'm not confident that everyone there will be wearing a mask. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Last on the phone list before we go back to in person, we have Jenny Marie Stryker.
Hello, this is Jenny Marie.
Hi, Ms. Stryker. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 15D, AR 2021-110. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Amazing. Hi, my name is Jenny Marie Stryker, and I'm glad to be a new resident of District 4 in Midtown and Airport Heights. I am fully of support of and so grateful for this resolution to extend the emergency proclamation. This emergency order gives the municipality the tools necessary to respond to this emergency to the best of the municipality's ability, including through the mask mandate. We know from scientific evidence that masks are effective at limiting the spread of COVID-19 and that they can increase consumer confidence. I know I personally have felt much more comfortable going out and contributing to this local economy, knowing that mask requirements are in place. In fact, I felt very safe discovering a new boutique in downtown just the other week. While things are slowly warming up, we still need to do everything we can to limit the spread of COVID-19 and get people vaccinated. As the municipality's presentation reminded us, 164 Anchorage residents have died, and over 28,000 have gotten sick. These numbers, I repeat, as a reminder of the gravity of our situation. The threat remains, and we have a responsibility as a city and as a community and as individuals to do what we can to take care of each other. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go ahead and go back to in person. Welcome. Oh, can you press the yellow button? Mic's not on. Yellow button on the mic. Not on yet. Thanks. There we go. Now it's on.
My name
Thanks.
is Carlene Bowden. I'm represented by Wellington in Le France. I'm here to represent myself as a mom and a pediatric psychiatry provider. I've been working in Anchorage from the Valley for the last 3 years. I'm horribly opposed to...
I'm sorry, excuse me. Could you get closer to the mic? I can't hear you.
Yes,
Thank
I'll
you.
talk louder. I am horribly opposed to the extension of this resolution. I have been working telehealth from home for the last year with my patients, and it's horrible. My patients are suffering, and it's time for this to end. I want to specifically reference 2 things that were talked about yesterday in the idea of 70% vaccine target. In the medical field, we have a risk-benefit alternative discussion with every patient, and then we let them make their own decision. It's not ethically appropriate for someone who is not the patient and the provider to actually choose what happens next. It is wrong for us to target and coerce people. It's akin to doing a WebMD search for how you should treat your own stuff. It's not appropriate. The second thing I wanted to talk about is this idea of high numbers and when will this end? Specifically, well, there's tuberculosis, right? I see this presentation you guys did, and it's so fascinating to me how quickly you can adjust your statistics to align with your agenda. But tuberculosis in Alaska is 7.8 per 100,000 in 2020. This will never end. You guys realize this is a disease that was eradicated 50 years ago. 10 per 100,000 is not a reasonable target, and we need to realize that you guys need to get off the health, trying to manage people's health, let people make their own decisions. That's it, thanks.
Thanks. I have a couple questions for you, ma'am, from Ms. Allard. We'll start with Ms. Allard.
Can I take mine off?
To
Awesome.
speak, you
I
can.
didn't know I could. Yeah, thank you.
Let me get this all entangled so I can hear you when I speak. I apologize. There we go. So you brought up a couple of points. One of the points was how they're suffering.
Oh, yeah.
And then I have a second question that I'm going to ask you. If you know the definition, you probably do, but I'm going to elaborate on something you said. So can you answer the first one and how the age group of which you work with and how it's been impacting them, please?
I work primarily with 18 and younger is the pediatric psychiatry population that I work with, and specifically autism is one of my specialties. And so a lot of nonverbal, violent, aggressive kids that have been at home and struggling with their families, and a lot of bad things have happened this year. So
Okay.
a lot of kids have gone out of state and other places, so it's time for this to stop. It really is.
Chair, I have a couple. Okay. So you hit on the fact that to choose what's best for a patient.
Oh, heck yeah.
Instead of allowing the patient to choose for themselves. So that falls under medical paternalism.
Right.
Can you elaborate what that actually means and how unethical it is?
Oh, yeah, so we've made so much progress. I mean, as a female provider in the last 20 years, my training was very, yes, sir, whatever you say, sir, I will do that, whatever you say. And it has certainly evolved. Actually, my experience with South Central Foundation working for them, I'm not working for them currently, but in their system really taught patients control the narrative. Patients get to make their own decisions. They are the customer in the situation. And it's changed my view on healthcare and certainly made people have these risk-benefit alternative discussions and let them decide. No longer does the male doctor get to walk into the room and say, you will do this. That's not what's expected. It's not what's standard of care. And it's what we're telling, not even from the doctors, it's what you guys are telling patients. And they're not your patients. They're your resident. They're people that live here.
So, Chair, I'm just going to read the one sentence, and then I just have one last thing, if that's okay with you. So I'm going to elaborate a little bit. Yeah. So medical paternalism is a set of attitudes and practices in medicine in which a physician, which none of us are, and in fact, I believe we only have one medical doctor who is Dr. Chandler, and I'm about to say something that he had just said yesterday in the news, that said, determines that a patient wishes or choices should not be honored. These practices were current through the mid-20th century and were characterized by a paternalistic attitude, surrogate decision-making, and a lack of respect for the patient's anatomy. And then I wanted to ask you, I don't know if you've seen this article, but Dr. Bruce Chandler, who does work for the Anchorage Health Department, did release that there was a clear error on the part of a vaccine provider, and they gave Moderna, which is not approved for children under the age of 16, or actually 18, and he researched the vaccine. And it was a mistake by one of the people here with a drive-by vaccine in the state, in Anchorage, and the city's known about it.
Yeah, and specifically, I mean, to elaborate my stuff, I have a very complicated medical history. I'm a cancer survivor ×2. I have some, and I got COVID this summer. From a statistic standpoint, I should have been in the hospital and died based on my medical history. I had lost my sense of smell for 2 days. That was it. And we quarantined for 24 days this summer because my daughter is severely autistic. She can't wear a mask. And so now we're looking at the situation of not being able to go to school, not be able to, it's just time. It's time to move on. It really is.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I do have one more question for you from Mr. Weddleton.
I guess a question, then a statement, but you said, so you've only been doing telemedicine for like the past year, and it's not working?
Anchorage, I used to be in Wasilla. Now I live in the communist city of Anchorage. I used to say that in joking. But now it's sad. It really is sad to me because I feel like we're so, sorry, I got off topic. So, telehealth.
Well, I just,
the problem is our office is so small that we cannot maintain, and all of their families come with them, right? So the amount of, we cannot follow ordinances with kids in masks, and most of my kids don't want to, and I can't assess someone's reaction to questions or their mood or their affect or their ability when they're wearing a mask. And so now we have to do that all over telehealth. It's exhausting and it's questionably not as effective.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Looks so much easier. My name is Randy Solt. I am in Mr. Weddleton's District 6. Thanks for allowing us to speak. Thanks for hearing all of our testimonies. I'm not under the illusion that they make a difference. So I think most of you already have your mind made up. Hopefully you'll prove me wrong. I believe in rules, process, order. I believe in personal choice, respect, freedom, and accountability. COVID is here to stay. The variants are the next flu season. We can't keep extending emergency orders. If you're going to extend emergency order, I must have missed the one for the number 1 and number 2 causes of death, because I haven't heard about those. Why don't we just extend the mayor's term? Let's just cancel the election, save some money, and just continue that on. Alaska and Anchorage have done a phenomenal job of providing access to vaccines. Okay? So if people won't go get the vaccine, they're not going to follow EO20. 70% is a lofty requirement. I would pray that the apathy in Anchorage can get 70% voter turnout. We can't even do that. It's astounding. What I'm tired of is there's leadership, formal and informal. You all are formal. You've been elected to positions. Informal, people follow you because they want to follow you. You are losing that if you haven't already lost it, right? The emperor has no clothes. Fitting we're in a library for that one. You're creating discontent. You're creating division. And it's a huge waste. Anchorage is at odds. Tonight was fitting. We heard a lot about sexual abuse, violence, mental health. Can you imagine if we took all this energy and focused it on some of those? We'd have them solved. Across the nation, we could have solved so many things with the loss of economic revenue that COVID has caused. For me, I'm tired of looking at employees and laying them off. I had a conversation with a guy on Sunday, very qualified, highly certified, a valuable resource for Alaska. He's leaving the state. He's going to Texas because that's where the work is at. And he was almost in tears that he had to leave Alaska. He had no choice. The economic opportunity is no longer here. We've crushed it. The valley is open. Kenai is open. The Alaska Aviation Gathering and other gatherings are taking place out in the valley. What is going on? How are they able to keep things open and keep moving forward, yet we are not? I hope you'll listen. I hope you'll vote this down. I hope we'll get past this and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question for you from Ms. Allard.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. What district are you in again?
I'm in District 6, Mr.
District 6, so up on the hillside? John and
Yes.
Suzanne's district?
That's correct.
Okay. So you had mentioned you have a friend going down to Texas.
Correct.
But we just heard someone from the administration testified, I believe it was Mr. Bockenstead, but he just testified saying that they're being overrun with COVID. So isn't it possible that it's because the borders have been being infiltrated and that the illegal immigrants coming through have been identified as carrying the virus?
It's absolutely possible.
Thank you.
And again on that, I believe in personal choice. It's the curse of a modern society, as I'll call it. You can't save everyone. We think we can. We can't. A lot of people don't want to be saved.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kaitrin McCrae. What is an emergency? It is an unexpected, dangerous situation that requires immediate action. In March of last year, I could see an argument for this. We didn't know much about the virus, it seemed to be quite deadly, and there was an argument to be made to take immediate action to slow the spread so we could get more prepared. A year later, and the situation is very different. It is no longer unexpected. We have been dealing with it for a year. We have discovered that for some populations the disease is dangerous, but other populations, young, healthy people, especially children, are not at significant risk. We have discovered that we have many safe, pre-existing treatments that are remarkably effective at preventing negative outcomes from COVID, including ivermectin, vitamin D, and steroids. We even have a vaccine for those who wish to take it. We have taken the immediate action that was necessary. There is no longer any justification to call this an emergency. What is more, many of the actions that were taken are not supported by science, by which I mean the process of gathering data over the course of years to form a coherent understanding of an issue. The established science of virology and epidemiology that existed for decades before this pandemic told us that universal precautions such as masks and lockdowns are not an effective means of dealing with a novel virus. We knew that we should instead isolate the sick and protect the vulnerable. In fact, universal precautions actually serve to shift the burden onto the vulnerable, which results in more death. This is the approach we have taken, despite years of evidence to the contrary. We justify this with the idea of asymptomatic spread. However, this is not supported by empirical data, and the only empirical study I am aware of demonstrated that asymptomatic spread makes up a tiny fraction of transmission, and therefore is not a driving force worthy of our attention. The municipality has tunnel vision. You are so focused on the number of cases that you ignore everything else. Cases don't matter. Severe illness and death are what matters, and these numbers are very small at this point. You are also ignoring the trade-offs. Businesses that have had to close, people who have lost their jobs, children who are losing out on schooling, as well as social and emotional development, stress, weight gain, suicides, drug overdoses, mental health, the list goes on. You think that the case count is more important than all of this. I disagree, as do many of your constituents. You have no right to make decisions for us based on your assessment of the situation. You can make recommendations and you can make your own choices, but you cannot make my choices for me. We need to change course. Universal lockdowns and masks are not helpful and are a violation of basic American ideas about individual liberty to make our own choices. We have informed people about the relative risks, the treatment options are widely available, and now we need to step back and let people make their own choices, including about the vaccine, which is still experimental. We cannot possibly know that it is as safe or effective over the long term because it has not existed long enough to know. Federal law says that you cannot coerce anyone to accept a medical intervention that is under an EUA. Blackmailing the population of Anchorage to take an experimental medication in order to get our freedoms back seems pretty coercive to me. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go ahead and go back to the phones. First, we have Jeannie Riley.
Another paid actor.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Riley. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 15D, AR 2021-110. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Am I on now?
Yeah, so you're probably listening to the TV, which is a little bit behind.
Okay,
so if
hang
you
on
turn
a
that
second,
on mute,
sorry.
that'd be helpful.
I'm Jeannie Riley, and I'm the owner of Riley's Irish Pub. I'm asking that you as the Assembly drop all the emergency mandates. The Governor has been outspoken for Alaska travel and welcoming all visitors here this summer. We are not showing unity with the state being opened and Anchorage still with strict mandates. People continue to move freely north and south in and out of Anchorage, and the Anchorage bars and restaurants are still towing the line with restrictions. Please do not extend another mandate. Let's get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next on the phones, we have Tara Wheatland.
This is Tara.
Hi, Ms. Wheatland. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 15D, AR 2021-110. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Great. Thanks so much. My name is Tara Wheatland, and I'm an Anchorage resident. And I want to start by saying, it's kind of perhaps the unfortunate nature of government that you probably hear from your constituents most often when they're unhappy with something you've done or want you to do something different. So I wanted to take a moment to thank the Assembly and the Mayor's Office for all you've done over the last year to keep Anchorage safe. I especially appreciate you remaining calm and staying the course through all the vitriol that's often directed at your Your persons during these meetings, it's honestly really hard for me to listen to, even just as a citizen, so I can only imagine how hard it must be to be on the receiving end. And it makes me pretty sad that that's a price y'all have to pay for your public service. But I'm testifying today in support of continuing the emergency declaration because it allows for continuing the types of protective measures like the mask mandate that will keep our community safe and prosperous until the threat of the pandemic has abated. Many have talked about, testifying that removing these restrictions is necessary to allow our economy to return to normal and for our citizens to be happy and healthy, but this is exactly backwards. Restrictions like the mask mandate are what allow the people of Anchorage to engage in economic and social activity without being worried that they'll get sick or pass the virus on to someone else. Removing the restrictions too early before enough people are vaccinated will cause people to withdraw from the public because of the risk of infection, and of course will also put the people who work at and patronize these local businesses at physical risk. It seems like common sense to me, but of course it's also backed up by the research of economists and public health experts, as I know you all know. I can tell you personally that if the emergency order is lifted now, I will not feel comfortable doing many of the things I've started to reintroduce into my routine since getting the vaccination. As a side note, I hear a lot of comments about how the mask mandate needs to be lifted because it restricts our freedom. This has always seemed like a pretty silly argument to me. There are lots of rules we all have to follow to protect the health and safety of our communities and those around us, like speed limits or that rule that says you have to drive on the right-hand side of that yellow line down the middle of the road. You have a little less freedom because you can't drive as fast as you want or on the left side of the road, but everyone is safer because of it. Masks are just like that. And of course, they're new, they're uncomfortable, we're all getting used to them. But so is a pandemic. New threats require new responses. And I, for one, think wearing a mask in public spaces is a pretty small price to pay to keep my friends and neighbors safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have one more individual before we go back to in-person, Ms. Tiffany Hall.
Hello, this is Tiffany.
Hi, Ms. Hall. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on item 15D, AR 2021-110. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Tiffany Hall. I am a resident here in Anchorage, and I am testifying in support of the extension of the emergency declaration and the mask mandate specifically. With rising case counts, we need to keep up easy public safety measures like mask mandates, as well as the other benefits that come with an extended emergency declaration. As a parent, as an employer, as a consumer, as a community member, I will not feel safe in enclosed places with many people not wearing masks. I'll continue to stay home as I have done much of the past year. I won't be spending money at shops, restaurants, or fitness centers without this safety measure in place. Our progress in fighting the pandemic will be slowed, as will economic progress. With the availability of vaccines increasing and a finish line in sight, it seems only logical to stay the course. We would never start building a bridge and open it as soon as the foundation was laid. We would wait until it was safe to use. Thank you so much for your consideration and your service to our community. Thank you so much for all of your work in the past year and everything that you all have done to keep our community safe and healthy. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch back to in-person. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Amber Sword. Hello, Aller, Kennedy, employees. We've been at this baloney for over a year, and in this year's time, I've lost friends with bacterial pneumonia. We're getting bacterial asthma, bacterial infections all over their faces. Honestly, I've been walking around for the whole time with no mask on. I have not gotten COVID yet. I go everywhere I want, whenever I want, and I don't get sick. However, I do work at a gym that caters to people with Parkinson's and older adults. And, you know, if you don't keep them moving, they don't get to move anymore. So we have people now that can't walk anymore. Thanks, guys. We have people that will never, ever regain those abilities because if you don't stay on top of them, they go away. We have people coming back with gray skin. I've never seen a gray-skinned human before, but they're coming back with gray skin. We have people coming back 100 pounds heavier, people that are considering they're just sitting and waiting to die. They're just sitting to wait and die. That's it. They've got nothing left to live for because of you guys. Sorry. You and your liberal arts degrees are just shutting people up and convincing them to wait to die. That's it. And if the other, 50% of us don't want your vaccine, that's our choice. My body, my choice. That's your rule, right? Still my choice. I'm not getting dead babies shot into me. That's disgusting. Something wrong with every single one of you. Exceptions, sorry. It's time. It's done. It's over. This is enough. You're driving people literally crazy. I spent 5 years in a narcissistic relationship, got out 3 months before you narcissists shut me back up. This is ridiculous. Telling people not to trust their judgment, telling people not to think for themselves, telling people that you are the only source of information, that is narcissism. We're all surviving your abuse. Do not thank me for my testimony. Have a...
Thank you. Welcome.
All right. My name's Amber Glasser. Been at this for 12 months, still out of work. I cannot go back to work until the mask mandate's been lifted. And you keep changing the finish line. You keep moving it. So let me tell you a story. When I was 9 years old, my sister passed away. And she was a healthy baby until she got her well baby shots. And she died. And I know in my heart that it was an adverse reaction to the MMR. And 1992, when she was born, is when you are using, not you, but the government is using low-income families as their guinea pigs. And now, here we are all this time later, still suffering the consequences of forced medicine. Wherever there's harm, there must be choice. And this 70% of Anchorage has to get vaccinated. You guys are being bullies. That, excuse me, acting mayor, that is the most bullying thing that I have experienced in a really long time. And my family feels isolated. We feel like we're the lepers of the community. My kids are being pulled out of ASD. My son wants to stay, but my daughter wants to be pulled out because she breaks out in a rash from the mask. Would you like to say what happens, Brooke?
When I wear a mask that's too big for me, I get a blister all the way down my nose.
So maybe I have enough time to read this, maybe I don't. This is a doctor friend of mine who wrote this, and he wrote this 3 years ago. People wearing white coats working for multi-billion-dollar corporations with powerful lobby groups that buy political support through a less than perfect governing system and stand to generate billions of dollars in revenue on behalf of shareholders who demand an endless stream of increasing revenues quarter after quarter from the formulation and sale of products whose representatives are therefore incentivized, powered, and able to present information in a way that makes it possible for them to realize the financial goals of said multi-billion-dollar corporations, even if their findings may or may not be entirely accurate. People who consume them, they are not in fact scientists, nor is that what they do. Science is a state of knowing obtained and tested through the systematic pursuit of knowledge that starts with the collection of data through observation and experiment, and then formulates and tests corresponding hypotheses. It is unbiased and cannot earnestly exist when billions of dollars are waged on the results. That's what's happening. It's about money, and you guys need to open us up. I oppose this.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. It's on. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Tammy Smith, and I am opposed to this passing this ordinance. This is an abuse of your power. There is no definitive science, clinical or otherwise, that masking healthy individuals does anything to stop the spread. The lockdowns and the assembly's resulting actions have done nothing but destroy our city and awaken your constituents that you serve. The assembly's tyrannical motives have been brought into the light, and it is clear that the assembly is all about fear-mongering and continuing to destroy our city. Saying that we need to have 70% vaccinated to end the EOs, it is absurd and not obtainable. If people wanted to have the vaccine, they would already have done so. What you are doing is rolling out a vaccine passport, which is pure evil. The federal public health emergency ends on April 21st, 2021, which is next week. These vaccines have not been FDA approved. The governor has not extended the emergency declaration. You are violating HIPAA by having the municipality of Anchorage calling residents, asking them if they can schedule an appointment for them to get their vaccine. How do you know that somebody hasn't been vaccinated? Well, according to somebody that works for the municipality, you received a list from the State of Alaska Health Department. That is violating HIPAA. Where are constitutional lawyers? This is shocking, and you are violating our rights. This is nothing but orchestrated propaganda and fear-mongering. Extending the EOs is suppressing our freedoms and our liberties. I am opposed to extending this emergency order. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to go ahead and go back to the phones. We're going to try a couple folks for the second time, and then that'll be it for our phones. So first we'll start with Ava Gardner.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Gardner. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on public testimony for item 15D, AR 2021-110. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, this is Eva Gardner, and I'm testifying by phone in support of extending the emergency order. The last year has made me so grateful to live in Anchorage because it is a city that has followed science in a way that has really made a measurable difference in our lives. My husband and I have 2 young kids, and we have spent the last year worrying about them. And we're not just worried what would happen to them if they caught COVID, but really also what would happen to them if we got it and became ill, or if we developed long-haul COVID in a way that impacted our ability to care for them or work, or worse. The mayor's emergency orders have been really essential to our ability to continue functioning. I limit my interactions, but when I do need to go inside somewhere, I know I can do it as safely as possible because masks and distancing are the law. If there were no mask mandate and no distancing requirements as required in the emergency orders, I don't know what we would do. The Munis-free COVID testing has also allowed us to keep our kids in daycare safely. Our school follows the Muni recommendations for weekly parent screening, which has been responsible for our daycare zero COVID rate in school so far. And I know testing isn't directly at issue in the emergency order now, but I understand that the staffing of the testing sites may suffer if the emergency order ends. So my husband and I are both vaccinated now. I'm very grateful to be vaccinated. So our concerns about getting severely ill aren't as strong now. But we are learning more and more about studies showing long-term neurological damage, even in asymptomatic people who've survived COVID. And some studies have shown up to a third of COVID survivors have lasting mental effects. So even though we're less worried about ourselves now that we are vaccinated, we're increasingly worried about our unvaccinated kids and what even a mild illness in them could mean, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years out. We also know the virus is out there and it's still spreading. Even within my immediate social circles, within the past month, I know 4 people who are fully vaccinated and several weeks after full vaccination tested positive. And that tells us, it's still out there, it's still spreading. And fortunately, the vaccines are working. None of these people had anything worse than very mild symptoms, but it shows you just how contagious it is. And since a significant portion of our population is still unvaccinated, including children and vulnerable adults who make up together a pretty hefty percentage of Anchorage, now is not the time to end preventive practices. So overall, I'm just here to encourage you to vote to extend the emergency order because the emergency is not over. And if the emergency powers and the emergency orders all go away, it will get worse. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, one more individual on the phone list. We are going to try Mr. Steve Cruz again.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Cruz. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on public testimony for item 15D, AR 2021-110. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't think any extension should be made of the emergency orders or the emergency powers for the mayor. I mean, we're at, 3% of hospital capacity with COVID patients. I thought that was the original mission, was to keep our hospitals from overflowing. And, Mr. Dunbar likes to talk about fact-based government. If you compare Florida that didn't lock down and California that did, Florida's performance on COVID is better than California's, and they didn't destroy their economy. The state of Alaska doesn't have an emergency declaration anymore. That expired 2 months ago. We're not having any problems. And I'm really concerned about an unelected mayor having emergency powers. She could wake up one morning and on a whim close a business or an activity that any of us care about. I just don't think that's right. There's no emergency anymore. We should be able to have a check and balance with the Assembly, and I think managing COVID risk to the exception of instead of managing COVID compared to all the other risks in our life has just been a huge mistake. And it's been a year. I don't see how an emergency should last a year. I've been vaccinated for 2 months. Why do I need to keep wearing a mask and social distancing? It's ridiculous. So I appreciate you listening. What I'd really appreciate is if you actually took the public's input and used it. You might use Palmer City as a benchmark. They proposed a mask mandate. They let citizens testify. Every single email was read into the public record. They listened to their constituents and actually didn't implement a mask mandate. I'm sure 90% of your testimony has been against extending these orders, yet you continue to do it. But the silver lining is if you extend it, it'll probably elect Dave Bronson as mayor, which would be a great thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, that completes our phone list. We're going to go back to in person. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Brittany Tompkins, and I do not support this extension. The 70% is a forced medical procedure. It violates HIPAA, it creates second-class citizens, and don't call it a goal. You are lying. That is not a goal. That is a mandate. That is forced. It will be next, it will be 80% because your goal wants to change. It's not a finish line. And then it'll be 90 and then it'll be 100. That is forced medical procedures. Mask and social distancing are extreme mandates. Don't say that that is all we have in place. Masks have caused anxiety, asthma, facial sores, pregnant women passing out at doctors' offices because they're being forced to wear masks. And my personal family experience, blindness. I guess you didn't hear me before. The cycle threshold for the testing was over 35, which is way too high. And then in January, the WHO admitted it was way too high. And what happened in January? Our cases declined because the cycle threshold was too high before. You're getting false positives. These FDA, you tell us every time that we are misinformed, we're getting misinformed information. We told you about the cycle threshold in November. We emailed in August. We knew this before even the WHO was saying about this. These vaccines are not FDA approved. The only way you can hand these out is if we're in an emergency declaration. And people are smart. They can make a decision to wear a mask or not. They can get a vaccine or not. If a parent decides to put their kid in an activity, obviously they're not too worried. A mask isn't going to do any difference. No parent wants their kid to run full force in a mask. I can't believe that even one person, that if one person has this virus in the community, that gives you legal reason to declare an emergency. You have made your science and agenda a god. I do not worship that God, and I do not accept your agenda. By the way, the Valley real estate is out of control because people are leaving Anchorage. They are done. Do not extend this.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Sarah Boyer. I'm kind of quick here. So the public health emergency that was presented earlier was cool, okay? But considering the flu has all but disappeared, were we not in a public health emergency during the previous flu seasons? Just saying. It's been a year. Krispy Kreme is offering fat dipped in lard to entice people to get a vaccine. And our acting mayor is bribing her citizens to get a vaccine. Stop the madness. I've heard people say we don't know the long-term effects of COVID. While this is true, we also don't know the long-term effects of these vaccines, but most of y'all are pushing them like crazy. You can say it's an attainable goal all you want, but that's only true if people want to get the vaccine. And you know there's a lot of people that don't. You're grasping at straws. Not to mention, saying 70% vaccinated is our goal and our ticket out of this mandate sounds a hell of a lot like 2 weeks to flatten the curve. And we all know how that went. 56 weeks later. We don't believe a word you say.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Karen Henniger, and I live without true representation in District 5. I am testifying in opposition to EO 20, extending these emergency powers of the acting mayor and most of the assembly. This action is only a last desperate grab for power. That's all it is. One last desperate time to keep Anchorage citizens under your thumbs, and that's just ridiculous. You're trying to strong-arm 70% of Anchorage citizens into getting this vaccine before any relaxation of this unnecessary emergency order will occur, and that's extortion. Plain and simple, it's just extortion. So it does kind of make one wonder if you're getting commissioned just for these vaccines. Just saying. So this body does not have the right to choose. If I wear a mask, doesn't have a right to choose whether or not I get a vaccine. That is my personal decision, my family's personal decision, and y'all's as well, when you're giving away everyone's rights by doing this, and you're not going to take mine. Now, bottom line, the projected science, the theories, the fear-mongering, they're losing their grip on the Anchorage public. So your projections and your theories are being proved wrong in so many communities all around Anchorage. We just need to stop this right now. You know, years ago, scientists told the world the earth was flat. It's not.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Dustin Sherman, and I also oppose AR 2021-110.
let's think about this for a minute. So we've had pandemics across the country, across the world. This is the first one that I can remember that needed a social media and media campaign to keep it going, right? So I'm just kind of curious, you want 70% of the Anchorage population of 300,000 people to get vaccinated before we're allowed to go out and do the things that we normally want to do. So by a show of hands, just curious in this room, who's planning on getting the vaccination? Good luck.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Irene Queetnow. I oppose this resolution, and I want to say something to the people that have testified that they need the emergency declaration and the mask mandate to feel safe. Me opposing this declaration does not take away your right to wear a mask whenever you want to. My opposition does not take your right away to take the vaccine if you choose to. You can do all this. You can do whatever you feel you need to do to be safe. I choose to not get vaccinated. I choose to not be afraid, and I have a right to. This emergency is not an emergency anymore. I had several points, and most of them have already been made. I want to make two. One, you always advertise that we're easing up and that we're open and restaurants are open, and I have said this before. Yes, capacities have increased. The clincher is that the distancing has not. In a lot of the small restaurants, in a lot of the small hair salons, nail shops, any business with a small physical footprint, your increased capacities have done nothing because they can't push their chairs or their tables or their stations any further apart to maintain the distancing. So even though on paper capacities have increased, for the businesses they have not. And they're still at a very low rate that's not sustainable. I want to talk about the vaccines again. You keep moving the goalpost for opening up. First it was flattening the curve, then it was for the longest time protecting hospital and ICU bed capacity. When that argument was not sustainable anymore, it became vaccination. And the numbers keeps changing that will make us supposedly safe. Oh, and by the way, one person just said on the phone, 4 people totally vaccinated, all got COVID. At this point, I don't believe anything you guys say about when this shutdown will end, because you have proven again and again that once we reach your goal, you move the goalposts, and we need to shut down any longer. And I have a right to choose if I want a vaccine or not. And what the mayor is doing, like many people testified, is coercing. You're making people the bad guys if they don't take the vaccine. You can encourage people to take the vaccine, but your goal is not my goal. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Marcy Tompkins, and I do not support continuing this EO. We heard once, I believe, tonight about herd immunity. For all the science that was brought, we heard nothing about natural immunity. We're going to continue to take God out of this scenario.
Can you speak closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
If you want to continue to take God out of this scenario with inborn natural immunity for those that caught this virus, you'll reap those decisions. If you want herd immunity, you need to take into account natural immunity. This vaccination, made by men that think they might know better than the creator of the universe on what should be shot into us to give us immunity, that is a false sense of security. These masks are ineffective. It is a reminder when you look at everybody, that this is a politicized pandemic, and these masks are just to keep people fearful and quiet. If you really believed in true wellness that you're saying this vaccine is going to give us, why didn't we see any slides tonight about eating whole organic fruits and vegetables, grass-fed, pasture-raised meats, taking vitamin D, getting out and exercising? This isn't about health. This is about an agenda. If people feel safer with their mask on, like the previous lady said, let them wear it. I have not heard from either mask proponents for or against that if one person wears their mask and someone else doesn't, your mask quits working. That just doesn't make sense to me. Ending the mandate doesn't mean people can no longer wear masks if they want to, or take precautions that they feel keeps them safe. But continuing these requirements remove our rights in just the opposite way. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. It is not. There you go. Now it is.
My name is Marvin Hipsack, and I'm opposed to this here. But what I'd like to see in that resolution is this sentence in there that says if June 1st we hit 70%, this thing's dropped. We're not going to wait till July 16th. If it says 70% is dropped, it shouldn't even be that. Okay, I'm totally against this. And I'm also, one thing that hasn't been addressed, but there's a really nice restaurant in Diamond and Old Seward. It seats about 100 people, maybe 150, I don't know. It's packed on Saturdays. Most of you know where it's at. Okay, every hour and a half they probably turn that 100 people over. So that night between 6 and 10 or 4 and 10, they've turned over 400 or 500 people. Okay, that place is packed. There's no masks. Everybody's talking. I want somebody to tell me here at the assembly why we can't do that with a church. Everything you've got in your thing, you can go to sporting events, you did everything else, but not one thing was allowed to open up our churches to do what we want to do and sing. In those four walls, let us do what we want to do, but nothing's been mentioned about that. Will somebody please tell me on the assembly why not? Open up these churches by Friday. Come up with a new statement. Add to this. Churches are open Friday at noon for the following Sunday. Get our churches open again. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. There.
Hi, my name is Robin Platt. I represent myself and my daughter that's 35 years old that experiences a disability. I totally, 100% oppose EO20 and all the previous ones as well. As the gal who does the psychiatry for the people that experience autism and the younger folks, she knows. Maybe you all don't know, but people that experience a disability, many times they are very routine and schedule oriented. It has taken me many years to get a schedule together for my daughter to be able to go out and do day hab. She was going to the YMCA, she was going to river walking, she was going to Planet Fitness, she was walking in the Diamond Mall, she was going to parks, she was having recreation, she was happy. Now, she doesn't get to go and do those things, and if she does, she has somebody like this. She doesn't understand, and no matter what I say to her, she doesn't understand. And I say, sweetie, this is just how we have to do it now. I'm sorry, your mom's doing it, you're doing it. And do you know what her reaction to me is? She goes, ah! And she bites me because that is the only communication that my daughter has. She has a device, but who's going to look on the device and say, oh, Mom, I don't want to do this? Her instant reaction is to communicate the only way she knows how, and that is to be biting people. I wish there was an answer so she wouldn't bite me. I've tried to find ways to turn her face or put my coat up to her mouth so she doesn't bite me. She is frustrated beyond measure. I wish one of you could let her bite you, or even watch. If you watched her, you would be in shock, and you would wonder what is going on. I have had strangers come up to me and try to help me control my daughter. I had to shake them off like they were a bad bug on my back because they weren't helping me at all. I need this city open back up for my daughter. If she's going to have any quality of life at all, she needs to be able to do the things that she's accustomed to doing for her own recreation. And there's no doubt in my mind that every single one of you, what happened to the Queen? Obviously, she is not interested. Wow. Please, would you all vote against this and stop all the things that all these people have already said? I can't hardly repeat it. It's ridiculous.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Sherry, and I'm very much against this resolution. And I would like to ask you guys, aren't you sick of this? Aren't you sick of yourselves? I wish that you guys would go around to the people in this community and hear what they have told me. I've gone to families where a counselor at the high school had 6 high school students commit suicide in that many weeks. It seems kind of strange that you only seem to care about safety if it has to do with the COVID. If anybody else has any other bad thing, oh well, so what? There are some very serious, tragic things that are happening in this city, and you all should look yourself in the mirror tonight and take a good hard look at your morale, your human moral compass, because it's way off center. You know, I went skydiving last year, and before I went, they made me read a video. I had to watch a video, sign a whole bunch of papers, and they said you could die doing this. But I did it. I knew it was risky, but I was willing to accept that risk. And I had way more chance to die of that than to walk down the street without a mask on my face, because there's a 99.99% survival rate. There are therapeutics that are proven that cost 12 cents a dose. You've never told us anything about how can we improve the health? Our natural herd immunity is way more effective than anything you can put. The vaccines are synthetic. They don't even tell you what is in them. And it is unthinkable, it is unfathomable, it is unconscionable that you guys have no conscience. We're tired. We're tired of coming here meeting. We've been doing this for a year now. We've been coming to meetings. Hey, people aren't dying, but people have lost their business that they spent 40 years to build. People are getting sick. I have a health condition. I can't wear a mask, and I'm tired. I'm weary, I'm fatigued at trying to tell you people, why don't you guys go without your paycheck for a year? And tell us how hard it is. You guys feel the sacrifice that you're putting all of the citizens that you supposedly care about, that you're supposed to be representing. You give up your paycheck and help a businessman that had to shut their door that they spent 40 years building a business. This is beyond insanity. This is beyond anything that's thinkable, that's reasonable. Where's your compassion? If you cared so much, if you wanted to keep us safe, you know what? I don't want you to keep me safe, because I know how to do that myself. I know how to take care of me. I know how to take care of my friends and my neighbors and the people in this community that I care about. It's time you guys wake up. This needs to stop, and it needs to stop now. Everybody take off your mask. You guys are power hungry, and you guys are going along with it. We're done. Please, stop the madness. Here's my mask.
Thank you. All right, if someone can come up and testify, please.
Hi.
Welcome.
Is it hot? Good. Okay, we're on. Good. Hey, everybody. How are you? Donna Celia here, and I've been here before. I've spoken with you before, but there is a development, and I want to tell you about it. My family and I, a household of 5, all contracted COVID-19 in the first week of March, and we all had symptomatic cases, including all the way down to my youngest child, who's 5 years old, and we are all better now. There was one person in my household, an adult, who got tightness in the chest and decided to go to the J-Bear Hospital emergency room, which on Wednesday afternoon was absolutely empty. They gave him a budesonide inhaler, which is actually a very common steroid inhaler that they use for people with asthma attacks. And 10 days of 2 shots of budesonide a day took care of his lung inflammation. And he's back to absolutely normal. So with that experience under my belt, I'd like to draw attention to an aspect of this that I haven't heard anybody else yet talk about, and that is about what we know in the medical literature about ambulatory treatments. In particular, I recently watched a testimony that was given by a Baylor Medical School professor, cardiologist, internist, named Dr. Peter McAuliffe. Peter McAuliffe, in addition to his credentials as a medical school professor, is also the editor-in-chief of 2 major medical journals and is the single most widely published internal medicine researcher in the history of internal medicine. During his testimony before the legislature of the state of Texas, which I watched online, he was discussing with the legislature publications that he wrote along with his colleagues on ambulatory treatments for COVID. One of those publications is a very important paper because it was actually one of the first instruction manuals for physicians on how to treat COVID before the COVID patient needs to go to the hospital. The title of that paper is Pathophysiological Basis and Rationale for Early Treatment of SARS-CoV-2 Infection, August 6, 2020, American Journal of Internal Medicine. In case anybody needs to go look at that and inform their physician on what their physician should know by now about how to treat them before they end up in the hospital. That is such an important part of this that I don't see any of you discussing or bringing up in emergency orders. Instead, it's control the citizens. It's not control the illness, and that is a disaster. According to him, 87% of hospitalizations can be avoided with early treatment. It's pretty simple, and it should be part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Mr. Haberman will go when he wants to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, this is going to be short since I just decided to testify, but my name is Wendy Salima, and I'm in the district of La France and Weddleton, and we need to end this emergency order. We have heard people testify against this emergency order tonight, but actually the majority of voters who voted last week also spoke against this emergency order by voting for Bronson. We have had state basketball in the Valley a few weeks ago. I go to the Valley almost every weekend to watch my child play sports without a mask. People are testifying that they're worried about getting sick or their family getting sick with COVID. My 43-year-old sister died after being sick for 2 months. Not of COVID, but of cancer, a top killer in Anchorage. Please let people decide for themselves what is best for their families. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Yadi Olson. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate you, Mr. Rivera, on your warding off the recall. In American politics, that's what we consider a mandate. And second of all, I'm in an industry that's been directly impacted by COVID, and I haven't worked for a year. Well, a year, Friday the 13th in March. And I still support the extended measures because I know, because I'm in an industry where we shove as many people as we can into one area to make money off of them. I'm in entertainment. And we're still, our industry is still closed. And we are all surviving how best as we can. And I'm not ashamed to say that I was on unemployment for 2020 and it actually saved my butt. So all those tax dollars I've put into the system, I feel like I have gotten back, and I feel like it's been fair, and I pay my taxes and I get something in return. And when something like this happens, this is what I get in return. I've been listening to this online. That's why I was compelled to come down here tonight, because I don't trust a failed plan. I don't believe that. I don't look for YouTube or whatever to try and get facts. I'm not going to sit here and have a bunch of facts that I've compiled up, So, and I believe that it's important that, in the original days, a year ago, they were saying that it's going to be 12 to 18 months. So that's what I've been giving it, 18 months. We're still not at the 18-month mark yet. This is what they've been saying from day one, 12 to 18 months. The vaccine was out before the 12-month marker. So that's so much progress in our favor, and, maybe a lot of these people here don't want to wear a mask and they don't care, and they only just want to do whatever they want to do or save their business. We all want to save our businesses. We all want to save everything. My cousin is a charge nurse on the COVID ward. I feel like, and she hasn't talked about it, I feel like she's almost a war vet with the amount of people she's seen suffering and dying. And it hasn't been huge like in California or Florida or Arizona, but she still has seen more people die than probably most of us in this room right now. That's a speculation, I don't want to go there, but she has witnessed a lot. So I think, and it's never about wearing these masks forever. It's not about doing something forever. It's a allotted time, and we're getting closer. We're getting so much closer, and I feel like, what's 3 more months? Yes, do I hate this mask? Yeah. Of course I hate it. Am I going to take it off? No, because it's not about me.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time is up, but I do have a question for you from Mr. Constant.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Yadi. You didn't answer directly. Do you support or oppose the extension of the emergency?
I support 100%.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Oops. Welcome.
Hi, I'm speaking representing the Community Council of Eagle River. Can I have 5 minutes, please?
Sure.
Thank you. So my name is Louis Imbriani, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Eagle River Community Council, which recently passed a resolution in opposition to the declared public health emergency. As it reads, whereas the Eagle River Community Council is a private, not-for-profit, voluntary, self-governing association comprised of residents, property owners, business owners, and representatives from the Eagle River Community Council neighborhood designated by the Anchorage Assembly, and whereas the purpose of the Community Council is to provide a direct and continuing means of citizen participation in government and local affairs, and whereas from time to time the Eagle River Community Council works alongside with other community councils, and whereas other community councils are considering a resolution substantially the same as this resolution. And whereas AR 2021-10, dated January 12, 2021, extended the emergency declaration granting the mayor's office special powers during a state of public health emergency. Whereas the mayor's office has yet to provide a large enough burden of proof to show that the request for special powers during a state of public health emergency qualifies as a public health emergency as outlined in Anchorage Municipal Code 3.80.030 as stated. Whereas there has been no actual statistical or scientific evidence to prove that either a large number of deaths have occurred in the municipality of Anchorage due to COVID, nor that the COVID-19's morbidity or mortality rates justify the reasoning that a large number of deaths could occur due to COVID-19. The requirement of 2A as outlined in Anchorage Municipal Code 3.80.030 for a public health emergency is not met. And whereas there has been no actual statistical or scientific evidence to prove that either a large number of serious or long-term disabilities have occurred or will occur in the municipality of Anchorage. Further, there is no evidence to indicate that the serious or long-term disabilities will affect a large number of the population who contracts COVID-19. The CDC has stated that almost all people who contract COVID-19 will recover. The requirements of 2B as outlined in Anchorage Municipal Code 3.80.030 for a public health emergency is not met. Whereas there have not been a large number of deaths in the municipality of Anchorage, the morbidity and mortality rates of COVID-19 indicate that it will not cause a large number of deaths in the municipality of Anchorage, and that COVID-19 does not pose the threat of serious or long-term disabilities in a large number of individuals who contract it. It can be deduced that even if widespread exposure to the infectious agent known as COVID-19 would not pose a significant risk of substantial future harm to a large number of people in this affected population. The requirement for 2C, as outlined in Anchorage Municipal Code 3.80.030 for a public health emergency is not met. Whereas the two-part requirement as outlined in AMC 3.80.030 for a public health emergency are not met due to the fact that none of the conditions in section 2A through 2C have been met. Therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Community Council requests the Assembly of the Municipality of Anchorage to act immediately, declare that emergency no longer exists as pursuant to Anchorage Municipal Code section 3.80.080. The Assembly may terminate the emergency proclamation at any time. Passed and approved by the Eagle River Community Council with a unanimous vote on 4/8 of 2021. If you have any questions about the percentages that we were using, I'd be happy to answer those questions because we did get them right from the municipal website. But that's all.
Thank you. I do have a question from Ms. Allard.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give me those numbers?
Yeah. So what I did was I compared the Mat-Su to the Anchorage population. Mat-Su population based off the Census Bureau was 108,317. As of today's reporting, there were 10,544 cases of COVID reported. That's 9.7% of the total population of the Mat-Su area. Hospitalizations were recorded at 132, which this equals 1.25% of COVID cases, or as it translates to 0.12% of the total population. Deaths were reported at 37, which is equal to 0.35% of COVID cases, or 0.03% of the total population. Anchorage population, as reported by the Census Bureau, was 291,826. Cases reported today, I'm going off of not just Anchorage residents, but all COVID cases, were 28,792, which came out to 9.9% of the population. That's 0.2% higher than the Mat-Su area. Hospitalizations were at 755, which equaled to 2.65% of COVID cases reported, or 0.25% of the population, which is almost double the Mat-Su. Deaths were 165, which is 0.57, that's 0.57% of all COVID cases reported in the Anchorage area, or 0.05% of the total population. And again, those numbers are based off of today, and all off of state and muni websites.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious, you said it was a unanimous vote. How many people voted?
Oh, so we had 23 people present and 0 nays.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Okay. Welcome.
I'm not sure which button. Am I good? Hi, my name is Sarah Phillips. I'm here with 2 of my daughters. This is my first time testifying. I live in District 6. I have written the Assembly various times over the past year, and I'm here to say that I oppose the emergency resolution. I'm raising both sons and daughters, and it's been challenging because I keep saying it's your body, it's your choice. And then every time we go in somewhere, my kids are like, well, do I have to wear a mask? Well, it's the rules, so we do it just like we wear seatbelts, but we've chosen not to participate in activities. It's affected their mental health. And that's before we get to the 70% of vaccinations. I have significant concerns over that. I represent and am friends with the childbearing population age of women. And as of right now, none of the 3 vaccines that are currently available in Alaska have been tested on pregnant women. The trials for Pfizer just started in February, and for Johnson & Johnson and Moderna, they still have not been tested. And we don't know what the results of that will be on pregnant women or their babies. We are the guinea pigs if we're choosing to participate. And at 70%, that's definitely including us in that population because over 30% of children are in Anchorage. And I have concerns over that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Carson Brandon Young. I'm represented by Meg Zelatil and Mr. Felix Rivera. I'll just start off by saying, like most of the people here today, I oppose this. I'm a bartender, waiter, been laid off the past year, reduced hours. My industry has been really, really hurt, not just by the shutdown, but by the social distancing requirements. There was obviously a relaxation on requirements, on capacity requirements recently, which did pretty much nothing because we still have to make distances between tables. Well, here's the thing. I've been to a lot of restaurants that are not adhering to those. And I've been wondering how you actually enforce these rules. From what I've heard, there's people called compliance officers that go around and write tickets to businesses, which seems a little unfair to me. If I'm the one violating it, why are we holding businesses accountable? And I've heard a lot of people come up here and testify and say this isn't about public health, this is about power and control, and I never really knew what they meant. But when I think about things like that, like how do you make sure that your compliance officers are adhering to some kind of standards when you go and put these rules in that don't make any sense to most people? Or take this, for example. This is something I learned today, and if this is misinformation, please tell me, because I really don't want to believe this is true. But apparently, as long as these emergency orders are in place, your procurement rules for giving out funds, taxpayer money, they don't have to go through the same bidding process. Is this right? Okay, you can actually, so there's usually a bidding process when we have to figure out what to do for services that you're not equipped to deal with, like finding hotels for homeless people to live in, or finding food service for them. You're not equipped to deal with that. You contract it out to private entities, which is totally fair, but there's usually a bidding process. Lowest bidder gets it. But from what I've heard, and again, correct me if these people who are telling me are lying to me, but we are just suspended those. As long as these rules are in place, you can keep spending money as you see fit. When people talk about power and control, and that's what it's actually about, that's a really good example of that. And frankly, what I'm hearing is we're not going to reopen until 70% of people are vaccinated. It would be one thing if you said, we're going to give businesses this much time. We're going to give people this much time, 2 months or whatever it is, to get vaccinated. And if they get it, that's fine. But by saying they have to do it, and I'm not going back to work full time until that happens, and you're expecting me to blame them? I'm not anti-vax. I've already gotten a point for my second dose. I'm not blaming them for this. I'm blaming you, okay? Do not expect me to blame them.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Darn it, I thought I was going to be behind Eugene. Okay. My name is Bernadette Bradley. I'm just here testifying on my own, not representing anybody. Look at where we are. I mean, seriously, look at where we are as a city, state, and nation. I wasn't going to testify, just listen to see what's going on. But this, when the COVID restrictions and mandates first started a year ago, we were united. Everybody believed that we got to work together. We were all together then. And somewhere around the summer, I'm not sure when it happened, it became political. I can see people testifying on the phone and at this microphone and tell you what party they represent. And, you know, as far as science, everybody keeps telling me it's all about science. Yeah, I agree with that. But, you know, for example, with the restaurants, when Berkowitz was mayor, he said we could put 6-foot barriers in restaurants between tables and not worry about the 6-foot distancing. Then in January, it went from floor to ceiling as the barriers. Then it went to 8 feet. Meanwhile, all these restaurants are trying to comply. And finally, Chris Schutte took over and got it at 6 feet again. What science is behind that? It's just confusing in there's disinformation on both sides, and it's just so frustrating. For example, like the presentation from Backenstadt, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, he used Juneau to compare us to Anchorage. Well, anybody that's involved in politics knows that Juneau is about 65% Democrat. So why was he comparing Juneau to Anchorage with regard to how many people are going to take the vaccine? It's been a year. Everybody's taken their side. They know what they're going to do, regardless. The number one question I get at my restaurant is, why are you not putting seats around your bar? Every place in town has seats around their bar. You know, I can't speak for those other places that are violating the mandates. You know, I'm following them. It's bred in me to follow the rules for whatever reason. But it's just very frustrating with the disinformation when you hear doctors that are paid by the government supporting these mandates, and then other physicians with medical degrees testifying against it. You kind of wonder, where's the truth? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I'm Alaska resident for over 43 years, 20 of those years an Anchorage resident, current resident in Mountain Borough. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. First thing I'd like to note is this. It's not the open meetings law, but it's a separate law to provide a reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard. This item that's before you, item 15D, was an addendum to the agenda put on the addendum of Friday for a public hearing tonight. Is that a reasonable opportunity the public heard? And let me note this. We all knew when this last extension, which we're in right now, knew when that was going to be over. There was more than opportunity, and this was submitted by the chair of the assembly at the request of the acting mayor. This knowledge of when the cutoff date was, The fact is, we all should have had a fair chance, and it should have been put on the agenda way back a few meetings ago, so the people were ready, and a separate meeting just on this issue and nothing else. So where's the chance? It's more of the same. So what I have to say here is this. In defense of the administration's proposal, the fact is this is basically a watered-down version of the mandates that Anchorage has experienced over since day one. What is left to this mandate that the administration is doing is basically dealing with social distancing and dealing with masks. What is the problem? Businesses have been reopening. It's allowed to be getting back to business. No, we're not there yet, but there's not much left to dealing with this issue that the administration is requesting for the extension, and we're arguing the issue as we're violating our freedom. We don't want to wear masks. We shouldn't be mandated. This is a responsibility issue, not a freedom issue. And you're forgetting about the freedom of your next door neighbor that's concerned about the health of a person walking up to you. And remind you this, just because you don't have symptoms, you could have COVID. Just because you have a vaccine doesn't mean you're not going to get a COVID again. And I also like to say this. Yesterday I was on a teleconference with a pretrial, the number of cases, and the judge announced that, well, I don't know what the future is about cases going to trial. Because the numbers, and this is with Palmer Courthouse, the numbers are high. And whatever Anchorage is doing, the fact is, as long as the valley is a wild, wild west, we're not going to get out of dealing with COVID. Thank you very much, with all due respect.
Thank you. I do have a question. No, never mind. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. May I withhold my name, please? Thank you. Because I'm going to mention other people, and I haven't asked their permission, and I'm not going to mention them by name. And I too came not planning to speak, but again, I hear something, I think, oh, okay, I got to say something about that. I'm an RN. I have gray hair, but I'm still working. My daughter is also an RN and was charge nurse of a COVID unit. It was a very isolating experience for her because she lives alone and she couldn't socialize with other people. So by the way of, whatever bona fides, that makes a difference to anybody. What I wanted to talk about was regarding the vaccine. When the gentleman stood up and asked how many of us planned to get it or didn't. Okay, so I am on the fence, frankly, because I hear smart people on both sides saying, yeah, this has been proven, it's safe, you don't have to worry. I hear smart people saying, there has been no longitudinal study, it's still experimental. The longitudinal study is being done on the public right now, as we're, So I'm like, okay, I'm not a vaccine denier. I've had many vaccines, including the yellow fever vaccine when I went to Africa on a medical mission. I am not against vaccines, but one of the nurses that I work with, the one that's in charge of the clinic where I work, when I asked her, and she's 50, are you going to have a vaccine? She said, no, I'm not going to right now, because when my daughter was born, the chickenpox vaccine had just come out, and she asked her pediatrician, should I have my daughter have this vaccine? And her pediatrician said, I would wait 5 years, because it hasn't been proven yet. I mean, it's a new vaccine. It takes time for it actually sorry, because I'm older, sometimes my words get caught up with me. It just takes time to see what the ramifications are going to be. So her pediatrician recommended 5 years. So she's going to wait. The doctor that I work for was on the fence, and then he got COVID, and now he's still on the fence. He's still like, okay, maybe at the end of the year I'll get it. I'm going to wait till my antibodies kind of run out. The smartest people I know have decided to delay. And that affects my decision. And it doesn't make me a denier. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Alexis Johnson, and I'm beautifully represented by Jamie Allard and Crystal Kennedy out of Eagle River. I wasn't coming to testify today, but I did want to share my story after hearing hers. When I was 18 years old, I left Alaska to go attend Arizona State University, and I started seeking health care from Planned Parenthood while I was there. I was One Less, which is the marketing program for the Gardasil vaccine. I did receive my first vaccination and my second follow-up vaccination, and within 6 months, I lost my ability to walk, my ability to drive. I had chronic headaches, dizziness, vomiting. I had to drop out of my first semester of college. I wasn't anti-vax. Honestly, never had a problem with vaccines. Fast forward to 5 years, I got pregnant with my son. When you have a baby, I was 23 at the time. I was nervous. I was a new mom. Me and my husband decided to vaccinate our son. And within 6 hours of him getting the MMR vaccine, which was spoken about today, my son had a 107-degree fever. He had a febrile seizure. And Anchorage Fire Department out of Eagle River and their EMTs saved my son's life. There is no, sorry, I'm going to get emotional. There is no reason to come out and say we need to get 70% of our citizens vaccinated or else. We don't know the long-term effects. We don't know. There's an open class action lawsuit for Gardasil 10 years, 11 years later. We don't know the long-term side effects, and to say you guys don't get your rights back until 70%, it's so sad. And it's like, I'm a middle-of-the-road kind of person. I'm very level-headed when it comes to politics. People think I'm severely right-wing, but there's a lot of things that I do consider when I'm making decisions. And I think that what we're doing is we're polarizing our city. We're making people decide, you're against me, I'm against you. I'm voting for Bronson, I'm voting for Dunbar, when really it's our city that needs to come out of this and say, we're Anchorage, we're Alaska, we're gonna get through this, we're gonna come together. And I just don't think that this emergency extension, or this extension of the emergency order, or the 70% vaccination is the way to do it. If we want to make real change, we need to come together, and this is definitely not it. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question for you, ma'am, from Ms. Allard.
Hi, Alexis. How are you?
I'm good, Jamie. How are you?
Good. So, I'm not against vaccines either. My husband's done both of his doses. But I'm thinking like you are, that it's an individual's responsibility and that the government should pretty much stay out of that line of fire. You also said something about being able to get individuals to do it on their own, right? So a good leader does what? A good leader is able to convince others to do something that they wouldn't normally do. And by saying that we should do this, or your summer is going to be taken like we're 12-year-olds and we're grounded, probably isn't the right way to go.
Absolutely not.
So I understand where you're coming from about the anti-vaccine. So I know you've gone through a lot, so I appreciate you being up here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is William Topol. I have a question first. I couldn't make this meeting tonight earlier, so I sent an email, but I'm not sure if the email made the deadline or not. Did you all get my email saying that I'm urging a no vote on this?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't need to say anything more.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Welcome.
Thank you. Mark Nussbaum, for the record. What's with the, is it always echo back here? Maybe? No? Is that better?
We can hear you well.
Good? Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome presentation by the Muni. That was a impressive slideshow. I did catch something in there, the word eligible, and this is a serious question. What's the number of how many of us are eligible? How many Alaskans or Anchorage residents are eligible for the vaccine? I know you guys don't spend a lot of time answering questions, but it should be an easy one, right? You guys know it all.
We'll get it.
Well, you'll get it? Who said that? Well, you'll get it?
As soon as the hearing's done, we'll have that number.
Oh, okay. So without that, I don't know how we get to a 70% of eligible people, Austin. There's a vaccine surplus, right? There's vaccines available everywhere. People aren't getting it. People that want it have got it. Okay, the rest of us don't want it. I'm afraid that the 70% goal is going to witness a stalemate. And as you've heard from earlier testimony tonight, Alaskans aren't going to sit still this summer. If you genuinely believe that this assembly is going to continue their power grab much longer, I'd pose the question whether you could pass a drug test, because logic would suggest that you're all high as shit. Moderna and Pfizer have distributed 2 million doses. That makes it safe. I'll probably leave here tonight and distribute 2 million cigarettes. And then this time next year, maybe it will affect 200 or 300 people with adverse effects. So cigarettes are safe, right? Because 2 million doses have been out, and we don't have that many adverse effects. I think we've heard enough tonight that there's adverse effects enough not to press this vaccine very much longer, correct? The Juneau versus Anchorage comparison, are you fucking kidding me? 32,000 people in Juneau.
Sir.
Are you flipping kidding me?
That's better, thanks.
32,000 person population in Juneau and 10 times the amount in Anchorage? I've held back this far as best as possible. I know you guys recognize me. I'm here every goddamn week, every gosh darn week. But your continued ignorance and narcissistic behaviors, I'm afraid, will promote an elevated level of civil unrest. Let it be on the record that you have been warned, and much like the effects of your decisions thus far, the casualties of that unrest will lie solely in your laps.
Thank you. I do have a question. No, okay.
Not for him. I do have a question, though. Dr. Johnson, are you on the line?
If this is for deliberation, we
Well, I
should
have a
say
very, that's a very, I just read it. The number is 226,437. That's how many eligible people there are in
that
Anchorage.
was in response.
And it's a really interesting point. I'm glad you made it, Mark, because it's not 70% of the population. It's 70% of the eligible population, 16 plus. And that number again is 226,437.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Vic Knott, South Anchorage. I am not represented by anybody on the assembly. I am here on my behalf of my family to tell you that we are not going to be participating in this phony vaccine propaganda that you guys are perpetrating. Just to let you know, I have many members, friends that are in the medical field. They've all chosen to omit getting the vaccine. They do not believe in it. They know that there's going to be a problem. They do not want to be part of the problem. One other thing that I want to make a note, that from personal friends, they have experienced major medical issues from these vaccines. One of them, 21-year-old friend of mine's daughter, she became permanently blind. She was perfectly healthy. After her second dose, she became permanently blind. Another friend of our family works in the medical field, got her first shot, perfectly healthy young lady. She now has seizures extremely on a regular basis. She's even videotaped herself. Pretty scary. My friends and family have seen some of this. They have chosen not to be part of the eligible 70%. Another thing that I want to note, you keep shutting this town down. What are you going to do about the tourism? They are going to bypass Anchorage. It's going to hurt us. You guys apparently do not care. All of you here are new to this town. You've come here from someplace else, and now you're going to run all of us old-timers out of here. We are getting fed up with it, and as mentioned earlier, there's going to be unrest, and it's not going to be very pleasant, and you all are going to be responsible for this. We've had it, and we're done. I am against this resolution, and I'll make that perfectly clear. We are not participating in your vaccine program. Whether you force us to or not, we are not going to take it. We are done with this.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Before we move on, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and then we will be right back. started again. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. We have a motion and a second main motion to approve. We have an amendment, Zalatel Amendment Number 1. Is there a motion?
I move Zalatel Amendment Number 1.
Is there? Okay, moved and seconded. I'm getting a lot of background feedback, so if folks are conversing, please, if you could move that out of the chambers. Otherwise, we're going to continue our business in the chambers. Okay, so Ms. Zalatel, if you want to speak to the amendment.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a two-part amendment. The first is just to be very specific as to the whereas clause. The preceding whereas clauses talk about as of a specific date. So I use today's date that says that the virus is still present and spreading in Anchorage with the recent should not be there. That's a Scribner's error. 14-day rolling average of new cases of 23.38. Just grounding this resolution in this moment in time as of the state. The second is in the now therefore portion, or the Assembly's resolves portion, adding to section 1, in addition to our weekly reports that the Assembly receive not less than biweekly reports on the transition from the emergency operations toward the resumption of normalized operations. As you know, we recently received a pretty comprehensive update through the Health Policy Committee. This would be more interim updates, but would really provide a basis for continuing to have, through committee or work session, the opportunity to discuss those updates and keep abreast of the transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote on Zalatel Amendment Number 1. Mr. Dunbar on the amendment? Mr. Perez-Vidia, did you have a question on the amendment? Okay. That amendment is approved 9-1. We're now on the main motion. Mr. Perez-Vidia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make an amendment as well. I'd like to just amend the date that is extended through. I'd like to change that from July 16th to May 11th. And May 11th is is a meeting. Is that correct? When is the meeting following that? May 12th. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll speak to it.
Okay, moved and seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Presbydio.
So I'm in favor of the extension. I think that it's important that we do that. I'm wanting to make sure that this comes back to us in a very real way, and I want to make sure that we are reviewing it more frequently than we have in the past. And so I'd like to make this motion in order to ensure that this comes back before us in a month, and that we have another discussion to make sure it's the right direction.
Quick point of order.
Yes, Mr.
The date was
Constant.
wrong. It's the 25th. That was
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you. Could you say that again?
the next regular meeting in May.
May 12th.
Yeah, so there is one on the 11th and the 25th. That's right. We also have an election that day.
So, sorry, let me just make sure we have accurate information. So the meeting is actually not on May 11th, it's on May 12th. That was changed. So we have May 12th and May 25th. I assume the intent is May 12th of the sponsor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment?
Use this. You know, I would recommend what we have been doing is extending it to 3 days past our meetings so that we can have it, because we've had a requirement, which I believe is in this one, that there would be a public hearing 3 days before the end. So I'd like to amend your amendment and say that it would be the 15th.
Actually, rather than doing that, I will see if the sponsor and the second will agree to May 15th.
Yes.
Okay, and does the second agree? Okay, thank you. So that has been changed to May 15th. Ms. Zolotel?
Yes, a question for the sponsor, please. Could you discuss how bringing back the full emergency declaration versus I guess we've been calling it the checklist resolution, differ in your opinion, how one versus the other makes more sense with such a short time frame suggested?
Yes, through the chair, I believe that we're seeing progress, and I am encouraged by the goal that is set. I'm also encouraged by the frequency of vaccines, and so I feel like it's a time to increase the frequency of how and when we discuss this, and so I feel like that it's important for us to make sure that it's back in front of us in a month.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
I'm not supportive of that date. We're having this conversation right now, and it's a pretty intense conversation, and we need time to work these processes, and we have the regular weekly or bi-weekly procedure to go through, which we're going to go through after this again. And so we haven't not been having this conversation at nearly every meeting. We've been having this conversation at nearly every meeting. So for my part, I don't support the amendment, and I would urge my peers to vote it down.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Dunbar.
I would make an amendment to the amendment to change the date to May 28th.
Okay, May 28th. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Mr. Dunbar, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I think that gets us closer to that middle ground we were just talking about. It's not all the way out in July, but it's not so soon. And it also complies with the 3-day rule that, not rule, but the norm that Mr. Weddleton described, the 28th. The 28th is 3 days after our regular meeting on May 25th.
Thank you. All right, so we now have an amendment to the amendment. Ms. Vogel, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to state that the reason for the July request is twofold. One is an understanding that we will not meet our vaccination goal within a month, and secondly is sort of the reminder that there's this authority with both the mayor and the assembly to end the emergency declaration itself or any of the particular orders at any time. There is a lot of administrative work that goes into every time that this is up for debate and discussion, that we're looking at the end of the actual emergency and trying to have all the ducks in a row based on the Assembly's decision. And so it really does take some time, both from the legal team, from the administrative team, and that is the part of the rationale for requesting a longer date out, because it doesn't prevent the Assembly from looking at this at any time, but it does allow the administration to keep more focus on getting the vaccination week rollout going, and so that's the justification for the July request.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, on the amendment to the amendment?
Yeah, it was brought to my attention that that's Memorial Day weekend, and just for people's consideration.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, members may proceed to vote. The amendment to the amendment fails 8-2. We now have the amendment before us, which is May 15th. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the main amendment. Ms. Allard? The vote on that is 5-5. That amendment fails. Okay, we are now back on the main motion. Is there any further discussion or amendments?
Mr. Chair?
Sorry, who was that? Mr. Peterson, did you have an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move change the date to June 11th.
And just out of curiosity, does that follow the 3-day?
That's 3 days after our scheduled meeting on June 8th.
Second. Great, thank you. Okay, moved and seconded. Did you want to speak to that amendment?
It's just sort of a compromise halfway in between situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel, did you want to speak to the amendment? Mr. Weddleton, did you want to speak to the amendment? Ms. LaFrance, did you want to speak to the amendment? Okay. Seeing no discussion on the amendment, members may proceed to vote. That amendment is approved 8-2. So that date has been changed. We're now on the main motion. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we received some written testimony, and it really resonated with me. So I'm going to summarize some of this testimony we received, and I think my position will be clear that I favor the extension of the emergency declaration, but the reasoning here Just, it really, it warrants mentioning. So first it starts out that, they're very concerned about the extension of the COVID emergency declaration and specifically the mandate, and that they're in favor of extending this mandate because it's a crucial benefit to the community. I couldn't agree more. Yes, I'm weary and tired of this COVID pandemic world. I also couldn't agree more. I so wish and want the world to get back to normal. I feel like normal is a relative term, but I wish for brighter days and something definitely resembling more normalcy. But right at this moment, that's just magical thinking. COVID is not under control, and we are a long ways from that point. I think we are at least some months from that point. Believe me, I do not like wearing a mask. Couldn't agree more. I hate having to distance myself from my fellow humans. Same. Metaphorically, we are collectively running a marathon. I will never run a marathon. I have no intention of running a marathon, but it sounds grueling. This feels grueling, so I can resonate with that. Those who want to quit now at mile 17 because they are tired and hurting, look at the finish line. Although it seems far away, it's there. I can see it too. We've come so far, we know so much more about this, and we have adjusted our mask wearing and social distancing. We have been responsive. We also now have vaccines. Can't we keep it up just a little bit longer? Yet I am more than willing to be inconvenienced and put on a mask every time I have to enter a public place because this pandemic is not over. Our COVID numbers have been on the rise. I agree. I do not want to have to go back into any sort of lockdown. I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. I want to increase my ability to go out and into businesses while protecting myself and being safe. Same. I know that I'm doing my part to protect others in the community when I wear a mask. I agree. I have been vaccinated, but I am concerned about variant mutations. I agree. And continuing to mask and stay vigilant will keep us ahead of what the variants are doing. I also agree. There is plenty of evidence and data to show that mask wearing is the most effective action, in addition to vaccines, that we can take to reducing the spread of COVID. I also agree. I really appreciated this testimony. It just broke down all the concerns and thoughts I've been having about why I agree that we need to continue masking, supporting vaccine efforts, as well as social distancing. I will say that this commenter didn't necessarily mention children, but as a mother, I am concerned about the kids who are not vaccinated and that we want to ensure that they don't have to bear the brunt of any spikes in COVID should they come forward. I hear the community that is upset and thinks the emergency order is wrong because they believe it infringes on individual rights and is hurting our economy. I don't agree. I think masking and social distancing will help our economy. I believe the economists we've heard from. So I think we're doing the right things. I think we're doing the things that put us on the path to crossing the finish line and crossing strong, being able to run across the finish line instead of limp across the finish line. So I would urge my colleagues to think long and hard about crossing the finish line strong and voting yes to extend the emergency declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we continue down the queue, I just want to note that there is a lot of background noise happening in the audience. I'm going to ask members of the public that when assembly members are speaking, we are sort of getting down to our final comments, I think, before we vote, that we do not rudely interrupt, and I hope that we can all agree to do that. I would rather not have to kick people out for being rude and disrupting our meeting. Next, we have Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thanks. I can't support the extension, and I want to talk a little bit about that. I heard the message from people who think we should retain it, and they list the prudent things that people should do, wearing masks, social distancing, No one mentioned washing your hands, but go ahead and do that. They're fairly simple. I live my life that way. You know, people up here tend to be fairly gregarious people. We like crowds. We like to talk to people, and staying away from that has been really unfortunate. But I don't go out to dinner. Haven't for a year. Well, maybe 3 or 4 times, but very carefully. And in my business, we have 100% masks. No mask, you don't walk in. And we do capacity constraints because I don't want my customers to stay close. And business is good. It doesn't kill businesses. And more customers say thank you than complain about it. So businesses can continue to do that. And I'm actually surprised that they don't, because it turns out to be really good marketing. People want to shop in a safe place. So without this mandate or without the extension, I think Anchorage can still follow these prudent rules, and I think they will. Many businesses will, and those that don't, well, we'll see what happens to them. But I just don't see that we are in a situation of an emergency. And when we compare COVID from a year ago with COVID now, they're actually very different. We label it the same, but last year we didn't know what was going on, and we saw stuff going on in New York City and Italy and places like that, and it was horrendous. And we saw the hospitals get overrun, people were dying, and it was awful. And we said, that can't happen here. And if we did nothing, as a city government, did nothing, it'd be on us, because there would be nothing, no forgiving us if we let our hospitals get overrun. So we tightened down, and it was the only tool we had. And it's fairly common in pandemics. You do the social distancing, you mask up. These are not new tools. They've been doing these for thousands of years of humanity, when you have no other tool. But what we're looking at now is very, very different. People who are vulnerable, and I'm totally, throughout this thing, we should protect them. And that other people are uncomfortable with masks and say, let them suffer, I never agreed with that. But now, if people are vulnerable, they can get the vaccine. As we all know, it is really easy to get them. There were no lines. I got my second shot today, just walked in, got it. There was plenty of capacity. You know, it's just not hard. And over 67% of the people who we labeled high risk already have that vaccination. So, you know, it's just, we're not there. We have not threatened hospital capacity probably ever. We took actions last fall and in December where we thought, you know, we needed to do it, but this year we haven't. And is there a chance of deaths? Well, deaths can only go up because we're getting 0, 0, 0, zeros. I mean, it is very different from what we saw last summer, what we feared last summer, and where we are now. I've run a lot of marathons, and I think we passed the finish line. And just because we're still kind of hurting after, that's really normal. You know, I think we're done. I can't see how we could justify this based on our definition of pandemic, or even just in a common sense, where are we? Unless you're going for COVID zero, and we're not. I think we're there, and I can't support the extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to members of the Mayor's administration for all of your efforts to get our community through this pandemic. It hasn't been easy, and I very much appreciate the commitment to using data and best practices, as well as the outreach to members of different segments of the community in collaboration with Assembly members. The executive orders have made a difference in bringing down COVID cases, reducing risks, protecting the vulnerable. Protecting the vulnerable is a role of government. But now vaccines are available, and we have succeeded in reducing the risks. I will be voting against the extension for 2 main reasons. First, I don't believe the present conditions meet the requirements for a state of emergency to continue. We are better able to deal with the pandemic now than we were months ago. At this point, emergency powers are primarily needed for masking and distancing. We have ways to handle the other pieces that are needed as we transition out of the state of emergency, such as with procurement and teleworking. I also believe it's too long to extend until June, and I received some very thoughtful feedback from folks about extending for 3 months and the difficulty of doing that, and that shorter periods make it easier for some to keep going. My second reason is that with the availability of the vaccine and with vulnerable members of our 16-plus community vaccinated, it's time for personal responsibility to play a bigger role. Let me be clear, I completely support masking and social distancing for controlling the spread of the virus. Even now, science shows this works. This isn't a matter of opinion, it is a fact. And even without the mandate, we all need to continue following CDC guidelines until we have the virus under control. Let me also be clear that Anchorage has been open for months with restrictions that have been lessening. Economists and businesses have told us that the pandemic has caused many people to feel uncomfortable going out and about. The mask and social distancing mandates have enabled more people to feel comfortable going out to dinner and shopping. That's been good for business. It frustrates me that the pandemic may be needlessly dragged out because some people who otherwise could won't wear masks or practice distancing. And I understand reasons against vaccinating, but get vaccinated when it's safe for them. The idea that people from outside of the municipality who refuse to wear masks or vaccinate, that it could jeopardize our hospital capacity because they come here for treatment is maddening to me. Without mandates, we'll need to rely on each other to make sure our community is safe. Kids under 16 still aren't eligible for vaccination. Thankfully, risks of complications are low for this segment of our population. We've got to keep wearing masks and being prudent with gatherings to keep in-person school going and to help our economy recover. Our tourism industry needs us to do that, so Anchorage is an attractive and safe place to visit. A poll done last year before the vaccine and when cases were increasing showed that 67% of MOA residents recognize the need for government health mandates to protect our community from COVID. We successfully accomplished that. Now we need to trust the people to do the right thing without government mandates. The mandates should end, but our responsibility to each other does not. What can we do short of mandates? We need to continue to make access to vaccinations more convenient. I'm glad the line was short for you, Mr. Weddleton. When I was out with my son getting him vaccinated, it was super long, which I thought was great too. And it took about an hour to get it because so many people were lined up. Increased outreach, information sharing, we need to continue to do that. Again, we need to ask people to please still wear masks and maintain social distancing when in public settings. We need to rely on each other to make sure our community is safe. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll first start by saying I identify with a lot of what Ms. LaFrance just said. I think that all made a lot of sense and was all true. Particularly, we have heard from a number of economists that have said that the mask mandate and other health mandates are helpful for the economy and are attractive for people who want to visit this summer. I thought what was interesting about the testimony tonight, the portrayal of EO20 was sort of inverted. And I saw EO20 as a step towards reducing all of the public health mandates. I mean, that's literally what it did. It reduced the outdoor gathering limits. And it said, here is one way we can lead to no emergency orders or no health mandates, which is hitting that 70% goal. But it's not the only way. If we had the infection rates fall significantly, that would be another way for us to reduce these emergency orders and get back to some semblance of normal. So that's one path. And for months, we've been hearing testimony asking, what does it look like? How do we end this? What's the light at the end of the tunnel? And the administration provided one. They said, here's one benchmark that could get us there. It's sufficient. It's not necessary. There are other ways that we could do it, but it's one way. And so I think EO20 was a step in the right direction, following a number of other steps. I mean, the truth is there's actually very few health mandates in Anchorage right now. We have distancing, we have the masks, but there are no capacity restrictions, there are no things that are outright banned, there is no lockdown, anything resembling a lockdown here. That's just simply not the case. I mean, by virtue of the fact that we are in this room together, many dozens of us, and we know that there are these kind of gatherings all over the city, and that's a good thing. We are getting back to normal. We are moving forward. Our vaccine rates are increasing. We're already at 48%. I think we can get to 70%. And yeah, Juneau has 30,000 people, but Anchorage has a lot more resources. We are just proportionally larger. We can get to the same percentage that they can. I believe that we can do that. Anchorage can do great things. And I'll say this also. The example was used a number of times that there's no mandate there's no declaration at the state level. But the governor asked for one. The governor asked for one to go into the fall or even into the winter, and the legislature was so caught up in partisan bickering that they failed to pass it in time. But they've come in recent weeks, and the House did pass a emergency declaration that goes until, I think, September 30th. And just today, the Senate Finance Committee put forward an emergency declaration that goes till December 31st. So the state has actually asked for and is now moving towards much longer emergency declaration than what we are asking for. And I don't think we need to go that long because I actually do believe we're going to get to 70%. We are going to be able to remove these EOs. We're going to be able to do it this summer. And I hope we can do it before June. But even if we don't, I think we can move towards reducing these things. But right now, I don't want to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. We have come so far. We've got our deaths down to 0 per week, which I think is tremendous. But I will support extending this because, again, I think it makes sense, and we can get through this together. We can. It's also really interesting. I mean, so few people raised their hands when it was asked, do you plan to get vaccinated? But 48% of eligible adults in Anchorage have gotten vaccinated, which means that there is a huge number of people who aren't in this room, although we did get a lot of emails from them, who do support vaccinations, and many of them wrote to us saying, please extend this. Please extend this for what it allows us to do. Please extend this for the safety that it affords us. And again, I think in the coming months we're going to be able to be even more open, and we're going to be able to get through this, but right now, I don't want to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, and so I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Chair. So I was notified, was it yesterday? No, it was the night before, that one of my fellow assembly members, who she's already spoken and said that she was for this mandate, went into a business, berated the owner, all the people in there for not wearing a mask, demanded her money back. That's not how we treat our community members. So when you sit here and you listen to people wanting to continue this emergency proclamation, you have to wonder why. What is the reason behind it? Is it really because they're looking out for the betterment of the community? We know we have our minds of our own, so we can do what we need to do. But I guess my question is, it falls on money. Mr. Dunbar also brought up about limitations, or the legislation voting for an emergency declaration. There are very big limitations on that, and I guarantee you masking isn't one of them. The other thing I want to say is that I've had people stand in front of me today, the day before the assemblies, all the assemblies prior to this. We are over the year mark. We have emails that have been sent to all of us, and if we're not listening to those people who come out here, they're just not going to listen to you no matter what. And the bottom line is, even if you had 50 plus 1 of your community councils, which everybody up here on the assembly would agree that it's super important that those community councils are involved, they're still going to vote for the emergency declaration. Doesn't matter. They do not care what you think. And the only way you're going to make a difference is still by coming in here and putting your signatures on ballots and changing everything that's going on in this city. I won't be voting to pass this emergency declaration.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do care about what you think. I care about what you think. I care about what the people who email us think, and I care about the people who I talk to every day think. That's part of our job, and I truly believe that every single person up here cares what you think and cares what everybody in their district thinks. So caring about what you think and hearing you, which I do believe we hear you, Yeah, we do hear you, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we agree with you. There's a difference between listening to you and considering your thoughts and what you're sharing with us and seriously considering that, and ultimately making a decision that we feel like is in the best interest of this city. And that may not be the same one that you think. So I really believe, the other thing I want to talk about just a minute is the reasons behind this. Boy, I just cannot believe that I'm hearing that it's about money, it's about power, it's about all of these sort of reasons. The people who serve on this body...
I'm going to pause you really quick, Mr. Presverdia. So again, I'm hearing a lot of voices in the audience as an assembly member is speaking.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask again, second time, to please not do that. If you feel the need to raise your voice, please leave and exit the chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The people that serve on this assembly are honestly trying to do what is best, period. And I do not believe that anybody up here is making decisions based on power or money. They're making decisions based on what they believe is in the best interest of this city. And so that's what I believe. I will be supporting this. I am concerned that about the three months. That's why I wanted it to be shorter. But I think we need to continue to be vigilant and talk about it and hear what people think. But right now, I think it's too soon to end this. We need to keep the powers in place, and we need to keep the masking mandates in place, and we need to get people vaccinated. And I think we can get through this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been just so many different things that I could comment on in terms of all the different aspects of this that people brought up. But I will say that, when we started this over a year ago, I think everybody had in mind that there would be an end. And, I've heard so many terms used, the goal, the goalposts, the finish line. But I think what people are right about is those goalposts, that finish line continues to move. And that's been the most frustrating thing to me, because obviously I think there were times when we really needed to make sure that things were being addressed because they were an emergency. And when this all first started, nobody knew what to expect. We all were just waiting to see what really was going to happen. And of course, we heard horrible stories all around the world. And I don't know if it's, I've always said that to a certain extent, being isolated in Alaska makes us a little more insulated. And I think that probably did help us when we watched everything else that was going on. And we had opportunities to actually be able to respond, and even just to give all the medical people the time to really understand more about the virus and then to make responses more appropriate. I think now with the vaccines, there's a lot of people in this community that believe they have done what they could do to help. And they went and got their vaccine, but now they're still held captive. So there's not really been any advantage to it. There's really been nothing that has incentivized people to really get the vaccine. The interesting thing is, of course, there are a great many people who still have their reservations, and so many testify, they're not necessarily anti-vacciners. It's just there's something about what we're in, this time we're in right now, that makes them skeptical. And it didn't help a whole lot when Johnson & Johnson announced what they did today. So, I can't necessarily blame people if that just makes them doubt that much more. Now, you can certainly go out and get one of the other vaccines. We do have those available, and like people have said, they can't give them away. Haha, they're free. But anyway, for some people, it's just really not fair to expect them to run and get a vaccine. However, what I have seen lately, and I've experienced it in Eagle River, are people who are frantically trying to promote getting vaccines because they're terrified that something else is going to happen. We're going to get locked down again. Businesses won't be in business. We won't have tourists. So they are literally running around trying to twist people's arms, so to speak, to get the vaccine, and that's not right. You know, it's certainly one thing to say, yeah, go get one if you can, or help somebody find a vaccine appointment if that's what it takes. But to really start to make people feel like they're coerced in some way, that's scary to me. And the point is, you know, if we're really trying to look at this threshold, this new goal line, this new finish line, and if it has anything to do with reaching some kind of a 70%, those that get vaccinated at a rate of 70% of our population, we're talking about, we're talking about a huge number when we know that the military even has a 1 in 3 that has refused to get it, and the military said that's okay. So how can we expect that if and you know, if you know military people, you don't get to choose a whole lot of stuff when you're in the military. You stand in line, you do what you're told. But in this case, they are not being required to get a vaccine because there's enough doubt. It's not approved. It's authorized, yes. And believe me, over 100 million people have gotten the vaccine. I don't believe anyone's died. But there are certainly side effects. And those are the things that concern people just as much as the potential risk of dying. So anyway, trying to reach that 70%, I believe, is unrealistic. And there are medical professionals right now who actually say that that is true. It is unrealistic. And so if we have to keep moving this goalpost, I don't see how you encourage people with that. And I don't see how we get past that number. But I will say that of those people that have actually been vaccinated at that rate, those are our most vulnerable people. So to a certain extent, we're there. If the goal always was, like Mr. Weddleton said, you know, we've got a number of the vulnerable people that are vaccinated now above that threshold. So maybe we could just call it good. Say, wow, we managed to do that. We have done what we wanted to do, which was protect the vulnerable. So again, I think we're there, which means that we really don't have an emergency. So it goes back to the fact that this is supposedly an emergency declaration, and we've never overwhelmed our health systems. We can be really proud of that, I think. I think also, you know, we can be proud of our medical people that did all that they could. And yes, some of them really did have a tough time. I can't imagine, you know, being on the front lines of dealing with the medical issues in our hospital. But the point is, the vast majority of our people never ended up there. And we can be grateful for that. You know, Mr. Weddleton mentioned that his business does just great, and he gets people that thank him for the precautions that he's taken. I think that's great too. I think we ought to leave that up to the businesses to decide what exactly that means. What does that look like in their particular business? And because some businesses we know are still having a great deal of difficulty, and we can't discount them. We can't ignore that. So let's not, by trying to continue on this difficulty and making it even harder for them to try to pick up the pieces and recover from what the damage that's already been done. The restrictions, interestingly enough, Mr. Dunbar brought up the fact that the restrictions in EO20 are basically reduced. And we've seen that happen with each new emergency order. The restrictions have been let up a little bit more, whittled down, if you will. That right there, though, tells me it's not an emergency. Things are not really going crazy like they were a year ago when we didn't understand the virus. We didn't know how our healthcare system would react. We didn't have a vaccine yet. We're not there anymore. We're in a totally different place. And I think that really that to me speaks volumes, because there is no recognition of an emergency. We're at a place now where we can monitor and we can manage. And I do believe that if we let this declaration actually expire, if things were to get ugly again or revert back to something that's so far down the road as what actually happened a year ago. There could be another declaration of emergency. But I don't see that happening because right now at this point, we have more than half of our people who are no longer vulnerable. More than half. They've either been vaccinated or they had COVID and they've recovered. And then there's still always that group, that number in there that we haven't ever been really able to identify that will never get it, the natural immunity, if you will, the ones that are asymptomatic. So I think that we're ready to let this expire. I think people who need to do what they need to do will still do it. If somebody's just terrified to leave their home, then they're gonna stay at home. If somebody doesn't feel comfortable going in someplace, I'm not still real comfortable with large groups. I'm probably not going to go out in large groups, but that's okay. And if somebody's going to get the vaccine, let them get the vaccine. That's great. I get my second shot tomorrow, so yes, I'm a little nervous, but so anyway, I think we're well within reasonable, being reasonable in terms of letting this expire. Letting us carry on the way we are. People know what to do, and it's just time. I know I'm just kind of done with all of this as well. So I hope that a couple of members will change their minds, and we will see this defeated, and we'll move on, and we will deal with everything like we have been. Really, nothing from today without that emergency directive right now, or declaration, we shouldn't see a whole lot of change. Because I will tell you one thing, the people who are done with this, they are done with this. And they're not wearing their masks, and they are going out with their friends, and there's just a lot of that kind of stuff that's really going on already. And so I would hope that we can just let this die, and we will, like I said, we'll carry on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
My constituency, my constituency is clearly different than the people amassed in this room. Almost to a T, they show up with respect. Almost to a T, they show up committed. Almost to a T, they are part of a community. There's an old proverb, those who want to get there fast go alone, and those who want to get there safely go together. And go far. We had amazing testimony tonight. A doctor says to us that there are 7.8 cases per 100,000 of tuberculosis, as if that's some form of an example of why we should stop what we're doing. The argument made was that proves that you can't, in fact, stop this, that it's never going to be zero. The fact is, tuberculosis is a nightmare, but it's not fatal when treated. We do manage it, but Alaska has huge rates of tuberculosis. But we have managed to get it down to 7.8, which is under that 10 threshold that we've been talking about for a long time, 10 cases per 100,000. Someone else mentioned something about a 98% chance of survival, which is not a number that I have heard from scientists. I think the survival rate's much higher, but if you use that 98% number, that in Alaska or in Anchorage would have killed 5,840 people, but for the response of this body. 124 died. That's success. I do struggle with this approach of the 70%, but I do recognize that number is a moving target that we will come back to in conversations if should this pass over the next month, and figure out if that is reasonable, if it's achievable, if the will of the community is there to do that. But there are other ways that this emergency ends. And to me, it always comes back to that 10 cases per 100,000. That's when we know we're there. My constituency, 3-1, has emailed, called, texted, and told me, please continue this emergency. We're not there yet. And so for my part, I will be a yes vote on this, and I urge that we continue this just through one more round as we aim to get to community immunity.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was just doing some math when Mr. Dunbar told us what the total number of adults were in Anchorage. 70% of that number is between 158 and 159,000. And where we are right now with the number of vaccinations, we only need to average a little over 1,000 a day for the next 2 months, and we're there. So those of you who think that we have no chance of getting there, the math says different. People just have to keep rolling up their sleeves and getting those shots. And we were averaging close to 3,000 a day a month or so ago. So we've done it before. We can continue to do it. And I'll be a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will also be supporting this extension with a couple of caveats. I get that most of us are tired of it. I've read dozens of emails, much like the one Ms. Zalato read, from folks who are tired of this but want me to vote yes. We've worked so hard as a community to get to this point, so I don't understand why we would give it up. We know that masking and physical distancing helps the economy. We know that increasing our vaccine numbers will help the economy. Now to my caveats. First, I'd like to see the administration continue to loosen restrictions as it makes sense. I think we saw a great example of that yesterday, and I implore the administration to continue doing so. Second, I'd like to see the administration really work in conjunction with the Assembly to see if we can continue to transition parts of the proclamation to normal order and get rid of orders as it makes sense. I'd like to see an emergency declaration that is as minimal as possible by the time we get to June 11th, which mirrors, as Mr. Dunbar brought up, the work that the legislature has been doing. I know some of my colleagues are exhausted of having to consider these items every couple of months, but I'm urging a yes vote so we can get the job done. I know some brought up the need to listen to my constituents. I will tell you without a doubt that I have in fact listened to my constituents on both sides of this issue. And I will tell you without a doubt that my constituents have spoken loud and clear. It was brought up during public testimony about our moral compass. Well, I can only speak for my moral compass and what has happened or not happened to my moral compass. My moral compass has not ossified. It has not been broken or altered or tampered with. It has and will continue to point true north as much as it is able. My constituents, I can tell you without a doubt, rely on my moral compass to continue pointing true north. I want to send a quick message to the administration. This is going to pass tonight. It's going to pass by the slimmest margin it ever has, a 6-5 vote. 6-4, excuse me. Thank you. And I think that will send a message to the administration. We have a lot of work to get done between now and June 11th, and I look forward to the Assembly partnering with the administration to do so. Last, I very much feel the need to reject the comments made during public testimony by the member of Chugach Eagle River regarding the Texas border. There's much more I'd love to say, but I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. That item is approved 6-4. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and then when we come back, I will describe hopefully the remainder of our meeting, as well as what likely will be a continued meeting for tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Whittleton.
So if we take a break, we're 20 minutes to 11. Would you expect any action after our break?
I expect us to, I'm hopeful that we will extend to midnight, and I will explain that when we get back. take their seats. We got to take a couple quick votes and then finish up our evening. And take our seats, and we will get started. Okay, so let's talk about the rest of tonight, and then what we will get done tomorrow. So first is I will, once I am done speaking, be asking for a motion to extend to midnight for us to complete items 14B2, 14D, and 14B3. Quick note for the public and the body. Of those three items, only 14D is the public hearing item. The other two are not. And then after that, do final audience participation, go through the priority list and anyone who wants to participate here in person, and then call it good. That'll probably take us pretty close to midnight. Then tomorrow, I hope to finish up if not the remainder of the items, at least the priority items, which is frankly almost the remainder. Those include items 14B, but I mean must-do items before the next assembly meeting. 14B, 14E, 14F, 14G, 15A, and 15B. So we still have quite a lot that must get done tonight, or before our next assembly meeting. Okay, so before I ask for that motion, yeah, I see you in the queue. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, just one thing in your instructions I don't believe was accurate. If we're going to continue the meeting tonight, then we don't do the public testimony tonight. That continues to tomorrow, and it's after we finish the agenda items.
Yeah, we could do that if that's the will of the body. We could just save that final audience participation list, which we have, and just do that tomorrow during the continued meeting. And we have phone numbers for most everyone. So if that's the will of the body, we could do that.
I think it's, one last thing, it would be the other way. The will of the body would have to change the agenda to do that way, I think. So just, that's standard. It's not me saying we should change. It's just the way it's said.
Sure, thanks. Okay, with that, I will go ahead and entertain a motion to extend to midnight.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing no opposition, thank you. We are extended to midnight. All right, next we have item 10B2B, AR number 2021-109S, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly regarding the mayor's and acting mayor's orders and regulations issued under the Proclamation of Emergency. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
I believe that was Mr. Presbytia. So moved and seconded. Zalta. Is there any discussion on this item? Don't think we have any amendments prepared. Okay, seeing no discussion, so we have a motion to approve. There are no boxes checked. Okay, there we go. Mr. Dunbar.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dunbar, did you want to speak to the motion?
No, it's just our standard procedure at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
All right, seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely. That motion is approved 9-1. Next, we have item 14D. Ordinance number AO 2021-33, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 7.20.090 to allow temporary suspension of procurement rules in order to timely expend federal and state funds, including emergency and disaster relief funds. Public testimony is now open on this item. We don't have anyone on the phone list. Would anyone like to testify? Welcome.
For the record, my name is Louis Imbriani. I'm an Eagle representative. I'm speaking to you today representing I oppose AO 2021-33, the S version. The need for swift allocation for funds has come from the actions of this administration and not from COVID itself. Shutdowns, capacity limitations, and other restrictions that have been placed on businesses have caused a larger hardship than COVID. Yesterday, at the press briefing on EO 20, there was an economist talking about the impacts of the virus. He spoke about theories and possible trends. Well, why don't you just look to the Mat-Su Valley? How's their economy doing? Not only well, but thriving. Their sales tax revenue has almost doubled, according to Mat-Su representatives in a recent community council meeting. Businesses are seeing drastic increase in sales and profits, all while Anchorage business struggle and suffer. Don't give me the, well, look at the Mat-Su COVID numbers. If you compare the numbers as a percentage of the population, the Mat-Su Valley is doing a better job than Anchorage in every regard without a single mandate or hunker down. If you want those numbers, I can give them to you again. The AIM included with this AO does mention that the allocation process could take weeks or even months using normal channels, and thus giving the need to make these adjustments. The emergency declaration has been in place since March 12th of 2020. The CARES Act was signed into law on March 23rd, 2020. Anchorage received CARES Act funds in April of 2020, yet the hardest hit businesses, the most targeted businesses by this administration and the Berkowitz administration before it, didn't receive funding for over 6 months. Furthermore, the example given in the AIM is not an example of an emergency. This is Alaska. It snows in Alaska. The given example is an example of a lack of planning and an inconvenience, not an emergency, and not something immediately necessary for the protection of human life. While many would say that giving the vaccine is immediately necessary, medical practice and actual mortality statistics for COVID would state otherwise. It's an example of a lack of planning and a minor inconvenience, not an emergency. There's no need for a suspension of the procurement rules, and there's no need for emergency declarations. I oppose AO 2021-33 in its S form. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for over 43 years. 20 of those years, Anchorage resident, currently a Matsu Valley resident. I follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. Now, I'll be speaking on the subject that's before you, dealing with suspension of procurement rules. When I talk about process, I believe in transparency. And the call for suspension of procurement rules, I'm concerned about. You've got to have a real good reason. Now, as you know, this is a little different because what this is an ordinance change. Not dealing with the mandates, that's part of what's over there as far as administration presenting, but dealing with an ordinance change. And the concept is another example when you try it on the mass thing, you try to do as an ordinance scenario, and that didn't go. You didn't pass it, I'd like to remind you. So when they talk about mass, you didn't pass an ordinance for mass. So what I have to say here is this. I couldn't help but notice an example. It says the reason for dealing with requirements is suspended. And they bring on the required need of dealing with plowing, snow plowing. As many of you have lived in Alaska for a number of years, and if you're in business or dealing with government, these contracts are out and they're generally a year or more or whatever. To have and use something that's already in place without dealing with, using as an example of why you need to suspend procurement, dealing with snow plowing makes no sense at all. You need to do a better job in explaining the reason for it and come up with that example, because that's a false narrative. But I'd like to also say is, as you do get federal and state money, you do get CARES Act money, and we're dealing with in the future of over $100 million that you're going to be addressing and how you disperse it. It's very critical that in that disbursement you have and you keep procurement rules in place. The public in this state and outside is more and more less confident in how government performs their business, government business. And it's critical that it's open and transparent, and this is not the time to adopt an ordinance to suspend those rules and allow this lack of transparency. To be fiscally responsible, this is not the time for that. And you doing that, you're using the COVID issue, it's wrong. And that leaves, I'll leave my comments with 13 seconds to spare. Thank you very much, and I was on topic.
Thank you for your testimony. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second,
Moved.
the S version.
S version, thank you.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. I do believe we have a couple of amendments on this one. Is there a motion for Weddleton Zolotel LaFrance Amendment Number 1?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Who would like to speak to it?
I'll speak to this. This is actually in response to comments from purchasing and from the administration. And they wanted to make sure that, that this wouldn't be used for, wouldn't be interpreted as something to just scramble in to use up, some allocation of emergency funding that wasn't used properly. So adding the standard language with those programs, necessary and reasonable, kind of meets that hurdle.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. That amendment is approved in 9-1. Next, we have Weddleton Zolotel LaFrance Amendment Number 2. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Who would like to speak to it?
I have a question. I have a copy that I printed at home. Do you have a copy that could go on the screen? I just want to make sure they're the same. Mine has flashy red and yellow. I don't know if you got that. Okay, that's what I have. But speak on it? Would you like me to? Okay, sorry about that. I just want to make sure it was a scramble getting this together. This is actually a fairly minor modification, and our attorney, Mr. Gates, said it may not be necessary, but in the original it talks about federal or state funds. But in cases of what we've learned in the past year of emergency, we may be using regular municipal fund balance or savings to do various activities related to an emergency with the expectation that we'll be reimbursed. So this just covers that. So we say federal or state funds or municipal funds, when we expect that they would be reimbursed. So it doesn't really change the impact of this. It just makes sure it's broader and more clear. Or not even that much broader, apparently, but more clear.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 2. That amendment is approved 10-0. We're now on the main motion. Is there any discussion?
Let's speak to it.
Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I joined with co-sponsors Weddleton and LaFrance on this because for a couple of reasons. One, as we move and transition, I think COVID-19 and working through emergency procurements and trying to get, as we say, money on the street quickly has led to us realizing that there are some gaps if there isn't an emergency declaration, that there have to be other mechanisms. We can't solely rely on a single action in order to authorize some flexibility or additional tools in the toolbox. A particular concern of mine or frustration I've encountered is when we appropriate funds, it can still take weeks and months for those funds to actually hit the streets. And so particularly that third option, I believe, where the intent is to get the funds on the street quickly, adding 2, 4, 6, 8 weeks of procurement rolls, plus just the time it takes to administer those funds really does frustrate the purpose. So these are just additional tools in the toolbox that will allow us to be nimble and responsive, but only when necessary. Only when we find through resolution that it's necessary, or the administration justifies to us that it is necessary, and then that we still get informed and we still keep track and we still receive reports so that we are fully engaged. So I would ask you to consider it as additional tools that we have that have come to light as being needed when necessary because of COVID-19, but are ones that can endure beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. The speaker kind of saw this as some kind of Hail Mary pass related just to COVID-19, but it's really not that. I mean, obviously, we've learned a huge amount during this last year, and as Ms. Zolotel spoke well, this kind of reflects what we've learned. An emergency proclamation or declaration should be an absolute extreme event that we just go into kicking and screaming because we really need it. But there can be times where we don't need to do that, but we do need to hurry the procurement and buying stuff. Getting the parking lot plowed was one, but more obvious the kinds of things we've been dealing with is CARES Act funds. They had a deadline, and we needed to get them out there. The intent was to get them out quick, and our procurement system doesn't always do that. And it sounds, I kind of feel as we've gone through this that we've been, and I've called the procurement process stodgy and stuff. It is slow, but it is very important. And it's not to say that that it's not. I mean, they're very careful. They get bids. They go for the lowest bidder. They have an engineer's estimate on things. And if there's a big spread between the lowest bid or highest bid and their engineer's estimate, they actually go out and they sometimes pay people to analyze why that is. I mean, it's very important. It protects public funds so we get the best deal. So this isn't to avoid that. We do it, this was done very rarely. We have a good system. We have good people working in our purchasing department, but sometimes it just doesn't work, and we need tools to speed it up, and that's what this is for. It's not specifically for COVID. It obviously would come in handy now, with the emergency proclamation in place, this isn't necessary, but this looks to the future when there isn't an emergency proclamation, but still a need, perhaps, if the emergency proclamation is gone on June 11th, we still have the Recovery Act funds to allocate, and some of that we want to do quickly. And so this would come into play then. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the comments of my co-sponsors, Ms. Zelatel and Mr. Weddleton, and would just add that this can help us get to a narrower scope for that emergency declaration, as well as Mr. Weddleton pointed out, could be useful in other instances. The waiver already exists in code, or the ability for the mayor to issue a waiver exists in code, and the S version makes that clear in here, but doesn't make any changes. And it also provides the assembly the option to issue a resolution, and it increases, as it's been pointed out, reporting requirements. And again, this is, the ability to waive these requirements outside of an emergency order already exists. And I just would comment, the snow plowing example was an example of a pop-up vaccine site where it happens very quickly, and the goal is to get it up and going. And snow plowing, yes, it's Alaska, but sometimes things come up, and you have to address it quickly. So that was the intent of including that example, but clearly this can have broader application. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Conceptually, I think it's an interesting idea, but I'm not sure. And there's one word that makes me not sure, and it's the word "or." So if you go to page 2, it's basically section A 2 and 3. It states that the mayor can waive in writing the formal procedures of this title when time is of the essence and the best interest of the municipality will be served, as determined by the mayor. That's an extraordinary level of power that is granted there, especially if it's outside of the context of a declared emergency. This, in my dark imagination, could create a scenario in which a mayor just determines that it's in the best interest of the city and I'm the mayor and therefore I determine, and there's a circular logic there, but this code reads to me like that could in fact exist. And so the word I think should be "and," that if we're going to waive our formal procedures for procurement, it shouldn't just be the mayor, but it should be the mayor and the assembly jointly saying, we collectively agree that this waiver is appropriate. So I just can't imagine granting a mayor the power at whim to make the declaration. And I understand that there's can be some argument to be made that the language that was added, an amendment that talks about, I forget the exact language, making it so that it's needed or, but it's too squishy for me. I don't want to grant the mayor this much power. And so I don't know I guess I'm going to make an amendment that it would be on line 18, change "and" to "or to "and."
Second.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to it any further, Mr. Constant?
I think I've made my point. I just am a little bit scared that we grant an individual that much power.
I'm going to go through the queue.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to go through the queue now if anyone would like to speak to the amendment. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had some reservations as well, and so I was kind of looking for ways to try to give the assembly some of the powers, but because often the mayor has all that power already. And so anyway, it very well may be that this amendment would help to actually put that back in the proper perspective. So I'm just clarifying then too that "and" is going to be at the end of the second section under subsection A.
Yep, that's line 18.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do you want to be kept in the queue, Ms. Kennedy? Okay. Mr. Whittleton on the amendment?
I don't know that it's a bad idea, but I do want to just point out that this is not a new power. This is, we moved section 72120, which included this, into this section, and that's why you see emergency and expedited procurements that came from 72120. So this is not a new power. It's slightly reworded, but if you look over on page 3, lines 4 through 12, that's where this comes from.
If I might, Mr. Chair, but that's in the context of a declared emergency. Isn't this whole section about emergency powers?
So I will say Mr. Haddon is in the queue, so
Okay,
we may
thank
want
you.
him to address some of these things. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was also going to point to section, or 7.20.120, but I think Mr. Haddon perhaps could weigh in now.
Ms. Zolotel, do you want to go after? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Haddon.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I just wanted to point out to Mr. Constant that this 721-120 is in the current code. And what this amendment does, it is removing it from that area of the current code and putting it under the emergency powers, which would take a tool out of my toolbox, as one of the previous assembly members has talked about. So I would prefer to leave the language as an or and not an and.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. If I may, question to Mr. Haddon. I appreciate that clarification. Would it be a substantial difference, or would it hinder the process if numbers 1 and 2, the mayor takes action in either, and then the assembly follows up with a resolution? Would that be, that would still, is it correct that would still take away the tool instead of add tools for the assembly? It would actually reduce a tool then for the administration?
That is correct, Ms. Zolotel.
May I ask a quick follow-up? Mr. Haddon, can you give me an example of when number 2 may have been utilized, or what you could contemplate it would be utilized for? Because I don't think everyone was necessarily as familiar with this provision.
Yes, I can. It has been used in the past, for an example, when we had an emergency line break that we did not have time to, say, go to bid for the minimum 14-day period, and it was essential that the water line break was repaired. So we have gone to the mayor in the past to waive that type of requirement to where we didn't have to bid it for 14 days, and we could go out for 7 days or 3 days, whatever was appropriate, to be able to make an emergency repair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Whittleton?
Well, thanks. This is just getting back to a comment Mr. Constant made, and this is not just under the emergency section on 720.090. We reworded it to emergency and expedited procurements, and that's what this part 2 is.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a question in regard to 1 and 2, and is there really a difference? And if so, in terms of the process or at what point you would use it, could you explain, and this is probably for Mr. Haddon, could you explain actually how the difference between 1 and 2, what the difference between 1 and 2 really is in terms of how those two would function for different purposes?
Yes, ma'am. If I may, the number 1, if I recall correctly, and I don't have it right in front of me, is that it is under an emergency declaration that the mayor has done, such as we did for the earthquake or we have done for COVID. And number 2 is normally on a individual acquisition that, as I stated on the example, that might have been a water break that was unforeseen but had to be repaired immediately for either life safety or health issues.
Thank you, Mr. Haddon, but I guess I guess the way I read them, they really do the same thing. And so that's kind of what I was getting at, is that I don't really know that one accomplishes anything other than the other one. But if somebody wants to jump in on that, that'd be great, but thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. And, the way I agree with you, Ms. Kennedy, that they do essentially achieve the same goal. One is specific to contracts being awarded, and one is specific to every step within the chain of procurement. And I think that broader one actually does encompass the function of the first one. So I think it's a little redundant, but that's not why I'm in the queue. My concern, coming back to it, isn't about the emergency portion of this. It's the expedited portion that actually raises my concern. The term expedited and expedited after emergency broadens the utilization potential of this tool very widely open. This train could drive through that if I were a decent attorney making an argument. And the fact that we are granting the mayor the power in writing that was already in another section, but a section that still, as far as I could tell, is a waiver of procedures based on an emergency. The fact that we brought in it expedited raises concern in my heart that we are going to grant, at the whim of the mayor, the will to declare, I am expediting this because I believe it is in the best interest of the municipality, not targeted tightly to a pipe that broke and we needed to fix Campbell Lake, so the lake owners could enjoy their public lake privately, and we could, that's very specific, but separate from that, it's too broad. I think I would ask us to delay this question for one meeting and really sort this through, because I think there's a truck that could drive right through this, and that truck could be filled with money.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
I would support, maybe I'll make a motion to postpone this until our next meeting. Could I do that on top of his, or where are we at? What's the...
I believe you could. I don't think we had to dispense with this amendment in order to postpone it.
Okay, so I'd move to postpone this until
it would be April 27th.
April 27th.
Second. Moved and seconded. Do you want to speak to that?
I'll speak to that because I think this is a good point. Those sections are somewhat redundant. There might be some issues with it. We kind of did this incrementally coming from a different direction, and we were with some haste because we thought if the emergency declaration had not been extended, then this ability to expedite purchasing would be critical. But with the emergency declaration extended, most of these things that would arise are already covered in code or done through the emergency proclamation. So there is no real rush on this. Those two are somewhat redundant, plus, the issues Mr. Constant has brought up. So I'd be happy to postpone this, work on it a little bit more, if only to take 1 and 2 and turn it into 1. I think that's got a lot of potential too.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance on the motion to postpone?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sure, I will speak to that, though I had originally put myself in the queue to speak to the amendment, but I think it's related. I support postponing. I think that's fine, and as Mr. Weddleton said, we have some more time and originally had tried to get this out quickly given the vote on extending the emergency declaration. I don't see a problem between 1 and 2 because the first one deals with an emergency declaration and the second one provides an opportunity for fixing, as Mr. Haddon said, broken pipes or some facility problem when there isn't a larger emergency going on. So those seem like 2 separate instances, and I would just point back to that existing code of 7.20.120, which does identify time is of the essence there. So that already exists, that piece in code. However, I think we have the time. Why not, why not improve it if we can? So I'll support postponing. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, is there any opposition to postponing this item to the meeting of April 27th? Okay, seeing none, then that item is postponed until said meeting. I'm going to assume that the intent is likely similar for 10B3. Next we have before us item 10B3, AR number 2021, unnumbered, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly invoking Anchorage Municipal Code section 7.20.0908.3 to suspend procurement rules for the limited purpose of using federal and state funds for prevention and mitigation of COVID-19. This is not a public hearing item. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
I can speak to that.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
You know, given that the emergency declaration was extended to June 11th, I think I'd just sit on this and just have it on the agenda, normal routine for June 11th.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar? All right, that motion is approved 10-0, so that item is postponed indefinitely. Okay, so that takes us through the 4 items that I had mentioned I wanted to get done tonight. Unless there is any objection, I will go ahead and ask for a motion to continue this meeting to 6 p.m. tomorrow, during which I'll just put it into the record. We will handle items 14A, 14B, 14C, 14E, 14F, 14G, 15A, 15B, 15, and 15C, as well as final audience participation and so forth. Did you want to speak before we got to that, Mr. Weddleton?
I'm not sure. Is there a motion I could make to allow, I know audience participation would be continued to then, but we have some people here who may want to speak, and it's not a lot of people.
So I would suggest the motion is to, I had it and then I lost it. So a motion, I would suggest that's probably a motion to suspend the rules to allow for a portion of final audience participation tonight, and then we'll finish it up tomorrow.
So does that happen before continuing the meeting, the motion to continue the meeting?
Yeah, we would want to do that before then.
Continue, okay, I move to continue the meeting.
No.
Okay, I move to suspend the rules to allow...
Point of order. That's an unusual motion, I think, to use. Just change the order of the day and then continue that item when we're done with it. That way we're not using special orders, because those should be very limited in use.
The clerk advises that we could do it either way, so I am fine. So, Mr. Weddleton, would you like to make that other motion as Mr. Constance suggests?
To change the order of the day so we have the start of final audience participation now.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, so we'll go ahead and open up final audience participation for folks in the room, and then we will finish it tomorrow going based off of our list and anyone else in the room tomorrow. So would anyone like to participate in final audience participation?
Chair, can I have information, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Can you just explain once more? They can still come tomorrow, the audience can participate tomorrow or no?
I would suggest that if you're doing final audience participation tomorrow, that you can't do it again, that if you are doing final audience participation today, that you can't do it again tomorrow, because it would be the same thing as participating twice in audience participation.
Hi, Irene Quidnow again. I just wanted to briefly say something. I might vehemently disagree with you, but I do not hate you. I want you to know that. Okay?
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. First of all, thank you for giving the opportunity to do final audience participation, because I don't know if I'll be able to make it tomorrow. That was a good little solution you guys found there. There's been a lot of people here tonight that are angry. Well, there's been a lot of people over the past year that have been angry about...
Apologies for interrupting. Could you state your name for the record?
Oh, Carson, Brandon Young, Midtown resident. One of the biggest concerns that I have with what's perceived by myself and a lot of people as an overreaction to COVID, for as long as it's been. I mean, when it first came, as Mr. Weddleton said earlier, when it started, an overreaction made sense. It was better to err on the side of caution, because we didn't know what we were dealing with. I really want to echo that. And now that we do know what we're dealing with, there's a risk that isn't talked about much, that I don't think people are considering when we consider how we're going to handle reopening and we want to relax social distancing and mask mandates, which is that this might not be the last pandemic in our lifetimes. It might not even be the last one in the next decade. And the longer we overreact to this, the more it's going to look like those that are advocating these proposals that make sense from a health perspective, but cause people pain in some way, whether it's being forced to wear a mask or being laid off of work or just forced to not be able to go to parties. The less kind of powder you're going to have the next time we have a pandemic to deal with. And I think that's a risk that has not been considered by a lot of people who are really worried about not seeing this through. And I just want to reiterate that people are getting so sick of these measures that we might want to relax them earlier than you might want to, just to think about that the fact that we might have to deal with this again someday. We don't want to delegitimize the tactics that we're using to fight it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify tonight, because I can't be here tomorrow. Just wanted to bring up what I testified about during the town hall meeting is in the case that there are future uptick in the virus to the point where we have to do 100% shutdown on restaurants again. I ask that the funds that are going to be received consider the hospitality restaurants employees that we have to lay off. It's just so detrimental to them. I just can't express that strongly enough. Restaurants are pretty much taken care of, I think, because of the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, but it still leaves the employees hanging if in case in the future we have another shutdown. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to
Mr. Chair,
participate?
I have a quick question for you.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Would you come back real quick, please? So my question is, I've been hearing from a lot of restaurants that they're having a hard time hiring people, that the work is going and people aren't working. Are you still experiencing that?
There is going to be a boom when this fund gets released into our economy. I'm worried because I need to hire 40 more employees before summer comes. And we're hiring 3 per position that's open right now to try to get stability and people that are relate to our culture at the Bradley House. And this is happening nationwide. It's just not happening in Anchorage. And I did call the Department of Labor today to let them know what the situation was. And I'm still trying to debate in my mind whether I'm going to do this or not, but they do have a process. If you try to hire an employee and they don't take the job, then you can report them and they'll be cut off on unemployment to try to stop people from applying 2 jobs per week without seriously wanting to work.
So on a positive note, because I understand that concern, and I'm grateful I'm not in that business for that reason at this time, what can we do to help promote people getting jobs and working in our economy? I know it's a broad question. You don't have to answer it, but you can.
I think it's going to be worse when the rental relief hits. I'm not sure when that's going to happen, but, you know, I've had my employees apply for it, and right now, I'm not sure how they're going to distribute it, but if they do it 6 months at a time, that could be a problem. You know, maybe they should do it monthly to see if they get employment before releasing those rental funds, if they're able to work, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have one more question for you, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bradley, you sent me a message several weeks ago saying that you were closing your restaurant and moving out of the city. And it sounds like that's no longer the case, which is great to hear, that perhaps Bradley House is still going to be operating in South Anchorage. And my question is, what changed? I mean, was it the Rescue Plan Act? What was the determining factor that changed your mind and have you remain in Anchorage?
Well, they're personal reasons that I'm still leaving. It's because of my mental issues, and I've had counseling, and everything pivots around that business, and it's affecting my health. So I had a 7-year plan to retire anyway. It's just escalated it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was in the restaurant business for 25 years myself. And
Dinner dispatch, you were my neighbor.
Hunger calls, we deliver, right? And so I know right where you're coming from, and I encourage you to get out of the business and enjoy the rest of your life. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to participate? Anyone at all? Okay, then last order of the day, Mr. Weddleton.
Move to continue the meeting to tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Quickly, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
You know, to be really technically on point, we would have to change the order of the day again. Otherwise, we would open our meeting in audience participation finally.
Yeah, I thought that would be the case, but I was hoping you'd ignore that. Okay, so then if the mover and seconder are okay, we're going to go ahead and take care of changing the order of the day, and then we'll go back to this other motion. So is there a motion to change the order of the day to put final audience participation back at the end of the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to such a motion? Okay, seeing none, then final audience participation is back now at the end of our meeting, where it normally is. We'll go back to the motion on the floor to continue the meeting to 6 p.m. tomorrow. Is there any discussion on that motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing and hearing none, then we will be back here tomorrow at 6 p.m. So our meeting is concluded. As I understand it, members can leave their stuff here.
Yes, please leave everything.
Okay, you can leave your items here.